Thanks for that, Al. At this time, we'll have all the board members introduce themselves, and we'll start out with member Lauren.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members, members of the staff and the public. My name is David Moran. I'm from Fairbanks, Alaska.
Yes, good morning, board members and the staff and the people in the audience here. My name is Jim Bachtel. I'm from Thorn Bay, Alaska.
Good morning, everyone. Jake Garner from the village of Uzinki, Alaska, currently residing in Anchorage.
Good morning, everyone. Stosh Hoffman from Bethel.
Good morning, staff and everybody. My name's Al Brett. I'm from Fairbanks, and I'll apologize now if you see me stand up during the meeting. I just had knee surgery done, so sometimes sitting for a period of time, I need to stretch a little bit, so I apologize. Thank you.
John Wood from Willow, the newest kid on the block, and I'll be looking to a lot of you older folks that have been around a while for some guidance, and hopefully I won't make the meeting any longer than necessary.
It's great having you here. And once again, my name's Jake Fletcher from Talkeetna. And at this time, I think we'll go around and have the department leads introduce themselves. So, Commissioner Lang.
Commissioner Douglas Lang,
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, folks in the audience and listening online. My name is Ryan Scott. I'm the director of the Division of Wildlife Conservation stationed down in Juneau. And this morning with me, we have Natalie Weber, our programs coordinator, our regulation program coordinator, Darren Bruning, our deputy director, and Tim Peltier, the Region 4 supervisor out of Paul.
George.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, distinguished members of the office board, public, tribes, supervisory councils, partners statewide, and my favorite staff. My name is George Pappas. I'm the new director for the Back by Public Command, Indigenous Assistance. I'm here to serve, and I'm really proud to be here, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the board, those folks joining us here this morning, and everyone online that's also listening and got up early this morning. I'm Dr. Amy Wida, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Division of Assistance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, that finely dressed Brian Ubalaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brian Ubalaker, wildlife biologist with the Office of Subsistence Management. Filling in behind Mr. George Pappas. So I'll be trying to fill his shoes. Helping me this week will be Kendra Holman, another wildlife biologist with OSM. And I would like to introduce Dr. Ping Yoakum with the Park Service, a member of the ISC, and Scott Ayers, the new Deputy Director of OSM.
And Department of Law, two of you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, everyone. Cheryl Burke, the Department of Law.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Kimberly Tafrade with the Department of Law.
Captain Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Captain Fred Johnson, Alaska Wildlife
And the brains us out, Christy Tibble.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Christy Tibbles. I'm the board's executive director based out of Juneau, and I want to introduce the board support team. We're here to help the public, staff. Just don't hesitate to reach out to us. We start with Kyle Campbell. He's our regional coordinator from Fairbanks, and Savannah Hollingworth running the sound, stream, everything. She's based out of Bethel. And then not in the room, but you've probably seen her around if you know shortly. Layla Williams, who's our regional coordinator, +1, based out here in Anchorage.
Thank you. It's great to have everybody here. At this time, I need to read some things in the record, so bear with me here. I'm not the best at this, but I'll try not to bore anybody. If we need to take a bathroom break, it's probably a good time to do it. The purpose of this meeting of the Board of Game is to consider proposed changes to statewide regulatory provisions related to hunting and trapping regulations. We also consider a few regional proposals on the topics of sheep hunting in Unit 19C, permits for hunting Delta bison in Unit 20, finding the terminus of the 9-mile trail, the area in Unit 20E, annual reauthorization of antlerless moose hunts and brown bear tag fee exemptions, and a few other topics. We have about 87 proposals to address during this meeting that have been submitted by the public and advisory. The proposals are available for viewing at the Board of Game meeting webpage. There are also a couple of copies on the table in the back of the room. In accordance with the Administrative Procedures Act, the board staff published a legal notice of this meeting in a statewide newspaper and distributed it to local fish and game advisory committees and many other interested organizations, individuals. Public comments were solicited, and the board members received copies of all written comments. Copies of the public and advisory committee comments are available to the public on the tables in the back of the room. Copies of a tentative agenda and roadmap for this meeting can be found in the table in the back of the room. The agenda and the roadmap are subject to change throughout the meeting, but we'll attempt to follow it in order. The board will meet each day at approximately 8:30 a.m. With the exception of Sunday, we're going to start a little bit later on Sunday at 10:30. Looking forward to being able to go to church on Sunday. We will plan to take about 90-minute lunch breaks each day, and we'll try to conclude business each day between 5 and 5:30. However, if we fall behind our schedule, there may be times that we'll have to meet a little bit later. The board workbooks and all other meeting material can be found on the table in the back of the room. These copies are provided for the public viewing, and we ask that you do not remove them so that they'll be available to others. Board materials, including these being submitted during the meeting, are also available at the Board of Game meeting information website. At this time, we will have all the board members provide ethics disclosure statements. As a member of the board, we are required statutorily to disclose our income and other possible interests and conflicts. So we're going to start off here, and Member Hoffman, will you start off? Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Stanley L. Hoffman, Jr. Most know me by my nickname Stosh. Currently, I reside in Bethel, where I live with my family, where we enjoy a subsistence lifestyle. My primary source of income is with the Association of Village Council Presidents, Regional Housing Authority, where I'm employed right now. I'm Chief Programs Officer. I've been with AVCP RHA since August of 2020. Prior to that, I was employed by Yukon Kuskokwim Health Corporation in Bethel as Director of Corporate Facilities. I did that for 15 years, and prior to that, I was with the City of Bethel as the Assistant Public Works Director. I did that for 5 years. Currently, I'm on the Board of Directors for the Yukon Kuskokwim Health Corporation, where I serve as the Chairman of the governing body. Other sources of income are generated by 2 small businesses that I own and operate in Bethel, SNA Rentals and Tundra Fencing, none of which have any financial ties to border game issues that will be discussed at this meeting today. I'm a former assistant guide. All my activities took place in Unit 19B Bravo. I'm a former satellite dish retailer installer for the YK Delta. I did that for 20 years. And I hold a limited entry commercial fishery license for the Kuskokwim Bay and the lower Kuskokwim River. However, the fishery has not been open for a little over 10 years now. My wife's primary source of income, she's the president and CEO for Bethel Native Corporation. She also serves as the co-chair for the Alaska Federation of Natives. I have 2 sons. My oldest son graduated from Stanford University in 2020 and now works in Bethel. My youngest son, Avery, graduated last spring from UAF, and he's working in Fairbanks right now. Both of my sons and myself are private pilots. I'm a member of the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association. All 4 of my family members and myself received the State of Alaska Annual PFD. I receive honorarium from board meetings that I attend throughout the year for the Board of Game. I'm a member of Bethel Native Corporation, which is the Village Corp, Chilista Native Corporation, which is the Regional Corporation, and ONC, which is the nonprofit local corporation in Bethel. To my knowledge, I'm not involved in any lawsuits affiliated to any proposals to be discussed. Mr. Chairman, to my knowledge, the statement is true, correct, and complete.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hoffman. The chairman finds that you can participate fully in the meeting.
Thank you.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Good morning to members of the Board of Game, to staff, and to public and the listening public. My name is Al Barrett. I live in Fairbanks. I'm currently employed at Interior Fish Processors Santa Smokehouse. My employer is Virgil Umpenauer. He's a longstanding member of the Fairbanks Advisory Committee and participates in the Board of Game process. He has no proposals in this meeting. I receive a monthly disability check from VA for service-connected injuries. I also supplement my income from the sale of furs from my trapping efforts in 20B. I also receive income from when I'm employed as a Class A guide in Unit 20 mainly. Haven't done that in the last 4 years because of low sheep numbers. I and my wife receive a PFD. I also receive an honorarium from being a member of the Board of Game. My lovely wife, Linda Bashke, is employed at the University of Alaska statewide as a project manager. I have 3 adult children and 2 grandsons now. The oldest one is 10 and my newest grandson is 4 weeks old. My son is a sport fish guide and a subsistence trapper. My oldest daughter is a school administrator, and my youngest daughter is a mail carrier and a new mom. I'm a life member of the ATA, the NRA, the Tanana Valley Sportsmen's Association. I receive no compensation from these organizations, nor am I on any of their boards involved in their decision-making on proposals that may be before this board. I'm a member of the Alaska Outdoor Council, the Alaska Falconers Association. Again, I'm not a board member or a voting member or a member that is involved in decision-making. My wife is an Alaskan General Falconer and is a voting member of the Alaska Falconers Association. I am not named or involved in any lawsuits that aren't related to the Board of Game. I have read all the proposals before us. I have no conflicts with any of those proposals for this meeting. Mr. Chair, I certify my statements are all true and complete and to the best of my knowledge to date.
Member Brett, thank you for that. The chairman finds you can participate fully in the meeting. Member Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In compliance with AS 3952, I'm John Wood, residing in Willow, Alaska. I receive a pension from the state of Alaska after serving in the Alaska court system, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, and as staff to the Alaska State Legislature. I also receive Social Security benefits and the Alaska Permanent Fund dividend, as does my wife. I'm on contract with the state of Alaska on an hourly as-needed basis, unrelated to any issues before this board. I will receive a stipend for service on this Board of Game. My wife, Mary, is now retired. She is administrator of a trust composed of assets, none of which are related to any business impacted by items brought before this board. Neither I nor my wife or children have any interest in any business or organization related to hunting resources or in any proposal that may be considered by this board. There are no interests of a personal or financial nature that I nor any member of my family has that may be affected by any of the proposals to be considered by this board or which may constitute a conflict of interest under the Alaska Executive Branch Ethics Act. Neither I nor any members of my immediate family are members of any organization or corporation that is involved in a lawsuit against the state, the board, or the Department of Fish and Game, or where the state, the board, or the department is a party of the lawsuit. I certify to the best of my knowledge the statement is true, correct, and complete. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Member Wood, thank you for that. The chairman finds you can participate fully in the meeting.
Thank you.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Loring. I live in Fairbanks, Alaska. I'm married to Teresa, and we have 5 adult children. I'm employed by Right Air Service in Fairbanks as a commercial pilot, although I haven't flown with them for about a year, although I'm still employed. I possess an airline transport pilot's license. I receive a pension from the state of Alaska as a retired state employee. Both my wife and I receive the Alaska Permanent Fund dividend. I receive Social Security and a stipend from the state of Alaska while the Board of Game is in session. My wife works as a substitute for the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District. Myself, spouse, or a family member have no personal or financial interest in any business or organizations relating to fish and wildlife resources. My 2 sons are employed by the Alaska Department of Public Safety as wildlife troopers, but are not in any type of policy-making position. With my employment with Right Air Service, my employer conducts on-demand transportation services into the field for hunters, guides, tour groups, and government agencies. I have no personal or financial interest in any proposals that are before the board at this time. Myself and my immediate family are not involved in any lawsuits against the state of Alaska, except those lawsuits that have been filed against the Board of Game, of which I'm a member. I'm a member of the Alaska Falconers Association and the North American Falconers Association, but I'm not in any type of policy-making position. I'm on the board of directors for the Arctic Winter Games Team Alaska. This ethics disclosure is true, accurate, and complete to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you for that, Member Loring. The chairman finds you can participate fully in the meeting. Member Bechtel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jim Bechtel. I live in Thorn Bay, Alaska on Prince of Wales Island with my wife, Karen Peterson. We have no children. I'm retired from the U.S. Forest Service, working as a geologist for 39 years, 32 of those in Southeast Alaska. We receive income from my U.S. Forest Service retirement, my Social Security, Karen's State of Alaska retirement, and Karen's Social Security, the permanent fund dividend, and our investments. I receive a stipend as a member of the Board of Game. Karen is employed part-time by Southeast Conference as their biomass coordinator. I own and operate Black Powder Consulting, a geologic consulting business. We currently have no contracts. In the past, I've worked for the Forest Service under their ACES program, assisting with geologic and karst cave resource mapping and evaluations. I currently work under contract with the Mule Deer Foundation and the Black-tailed Deer Foundation as the Alaska Regional Coordinator, focusing on habitat restoration opportunities for Sitka black-tailed deer. I volunteer for the State of Alaska Department of Fish and Game to assist in maintaining and collecting samples from their hair boards associated with the Wolf Research in Unit 2. Neither I, my wife, or family members have any interest in a business or fish and wildlife organization that may be affected by these proposals. Neither I, my wife, or my family members are involved in any lawsuits against the State of Alaska or the Department of Fish and Game. I'm a member of the Mule Deer Foundation, the Black-tailed Deer Foundation, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Safari Club International, and the Alaska Outdoor Council. I have no policy-making authority in these. I have no personal or financial interest in any of the proposals before the board at this meeting. I certify that my disclosure statement is true, correct, and complete.
Thanks for that, Member Bechtel. The chairman finds you can participate fully in the meeting. Member Garner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, and the public. For the record, my name is Jake Garner. I'm an Alaska native from the village of Uzinki, Alaska, but currently reside in Anchorage. I'm a shareholding member of both the Afognak Native Corporation and Uzinki Native Corporation. My primary source of income is from my current employment as the president of Uzinki Native Corporation. I'm also a small business owner-operator of the Kenai Airport Hotel in Kenai, Alaska. Prior to my career as president of Uzinki Native Corporation, I was also the vice president of Afognak Native Corporation's construction division. I also previously owned and operated a sports fishing and charter business. I also volunteer my time to a 501c3 nonprofit called Spruce Island Development Corporation. I do retain a 100-ton master's license, marine master's license, and a State of Alaska Assistance Guide certification, but have not been active in this field since 2019. My family and I all receive the annual State of Alaska Permanent Fund dividend. None of my family members have any business or organization related to fish or wildlife resources. I also receive an honorarium from the State of Alaska for these Board of Game meetings. Neither of my sources of income have any financial ties to any of the Board of Game issues that will be discussed at this meeting. To my knowledge, I am not involved in any lawsuits affiliated with any proposals to be discussed at this meeting. Mr. Chairman, to my knowledge, this statement is true, correct, and complete.
Thanks for that, Member Garner. The chairman finds you can participate fully in the meeting. And then at this time, I'm going to hand over the chairmanship to Vice Chair Hoffman so I can give my ethics disclosure.
Yeah, Mr. Fletcher, can you please read us your ethics disclosure statement?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Jacob Fletcher. My family and I live in Talkeetna. Our family enjoys hunting, fishing, cross-country skiing, and mushing, just to name a few. My primary sources of income are the following. I own and operate a small guiding operation that conducts hunts on Kodiak Island in Unit 8 and also on the Kenai Peninsula in Unit 15. I possess a Coast Guard master's license and operate jet boats for Mahays Jet Boat Adventures in Talkeetna. I work for AK Sled Dog Tours periodically during the year. I also work for Dallas CV Inc. My wife manages a local Talkeetna business, AK Sled Dog Tours. This company conducts a year-round tourist operation in Talkeetna, and in the summer months it operates on a glacier in the Chugach Mountains as well, and additionally in the wintertime operation in Colorado. My family and I receive PFDs. I receive an honorarium from the Board of Game. My wife and I have volunteered for the Iditarod. I also broke trail for the race for a number of years. I'm occasionally asked to complete a task for the race from time to time. These tasks are sometimes compensated monetarily. We own Talkeetna snow machine outings. We own a rental farm in central Wisconsin and a rental property in central Wisconsin. We own a tract of agricultural land in Talkeetna that we lease. In addition to that, we have a rental property in Talkeetna. I'm a registered guide and a member of the APHA. I'm a member of the Alaska Trappers Association. I contribute money to the Kodiak Brown Bear Trust. I'm a member of the NRA. I'm not involved directly in any lawsuits other than those against the Board of Game, and as I stated above, I belong to several organizations in a member capacity only. Any lawsuits those organizations are involved in do not pertain to any topics that we'll be discussing here today, to the best of my knowledge. There are several proposals that it definitely would not be appropriate for me to sit here and deliberate on. Those proposals are Proposal 100, 121, 134, and 135. Mr. Chairman, I certify that these statements are true and correct to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you, Jake. The Chair Pro Tem finds that you can fully participate in the meeting except for the proposals that you mentioned, 100, 121, 134, and 135.
Thanks for that. All right, we're going to read some other things into the record here, folks. Before we hear staff reports, I would like to announce. I would like to announce that anyone who would like to submit written comments to the board can do so by giving it to board staff at the end of the table here. Comments can also be uploaded online from the board meeting webpage, available at boardofgame.adfng.alaska.gov or via fax at 907-465-6094. Does anybody fax anymore? Savannah, do you ever get a fax? You get faxes? All right. Please specify the proposal number on your comments. Public comments are limited to 10 single-sided pages in the length of any in length from any individual or group during the meeting. This policy of the board was adopted to ensure that public comments can be properly reviewed by board members during the meeting prior to taking action. Anyone listening online needing assistance in submitting comments can contact any Department of Fish and Game Board Support Section office or by calling 907-465-6098. All documents received at the board meeting will be assigned a record copy number known as a RC. The original of all written material submitted will be retained for permanent record of the board. With no exception, all materials will be which are to be submitted to the board for consideration must be presented to the board staff for distribution. Please do not give documents to individual board members. Record copies will be distributed to the board and posted on the board's webpage in the morning before the meeting begins and after lunch break, and at the end of each meeting day. This practice ensures regular distribution of all written comments to the board members, as well as properly retention for board records. In order to be sure the public is fully informed on the board process, all process questions and the public may have during the course of the meeting can be directed to a board's executive director, the board's vice chair, or myself. We hope the board practice outlined here will maximize public participation in the board process, and the board believes an informed and engaged public is essential and successful for the development and to implement use and conservation strategies. About public testimony. Anyone wishing to testify who has not already signed up through the registration process must fill out a blue card and hand it in to board staff at the end of the board table to my right. Be sure the blue card is legible and completely filled out so that both your name and the area of interest for your topic or your proposals you are concerned about can be identified by board members. You may submit a blue card at any time or during any time in the meeting during and up to the cutoff for oral testimony, which will be announced several times. That cutoff will be Saturday, March 22nd at 10 a.m. Later this morning, board support staff will prepare a testimony list and will be posted around the room. Testimony is expected to begin following the lunch break, and we definitely look forward to that. It's my favorite part of this whole process, listening to folks come up here and testify. All right, so the sanctuary, this kind of U-shaped table here, there's some markings up there on the floor. And that's, we refer to that as the sanctuary. The board requests that members of the public and the press recognize and respect the board sanctuary. It's where board members and staff are seated during the meeting. Please don't enter that space beyond the yellow and black striped lines that you see on the floor. During breaks and before the meeting, board members will make themselves available to the public in all the public areas in the meeting space. Cell phones and hearing devices. Before we begin, please turn off their volume on turn all your volume on your phones off, or put it in airplane mode, or just so we don't have a phone ringing to distract any of the conversation here. And if anyone has trouble hearing the discussion, there'll be hearing devices available from the board staff. Lastly, the Board of Game and the Department of Fish and Game are united in supporting and fostering a respectful workplace where the safety and well-being is paramount. We are committed to ensure our workplace is free from negative, aggressive, and inappropriate behaviors. Harassment of any nature is unacceptable and will not be tolerated. We appreciate everyone's assistance in joining us in this important effort to create a personal and productive meeting environment. At this time, we're going to go into staff reports. Copies of all oral reports are available on the back of the room at the table. And agency updates and reports, we're going to start off with Commissioner Doug Vincent Lang. Member Wood.
Probably a newbie question, but I'll ask it nonetheless. Normally you have an approval of the agenda. Do you not do that here at this board?
We do not, no, sir.
Thank you.
Yep. Recognize Karen Linnell out there, a former board member. Awesome. All right, Commissioner Lang.
Well, welcome. Thank you all for serving on the Board of Game. I know the time it takes away from friends, families, and personal pursuits, and the time it takes to prepare for this meeting is fairly significant. Thank you all for contributing to the public process. We should be proud of this process. Every Alaskan has an opportunity to participate, and this is their opportunity to weigh in on how our fish and game resources should be managed. So thank you all for your service, and members of the public that have come, thank you, and those online, thank you for participating.
Thanks for that. Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning again. My name is Ryan Scott, the Director of the Division of Wildlife Conservation. It's good to see everybody and great to be back together. Generally speaking, I get pretty long-winded at our January meeting with the staff update, so you're in luck today. I'm a little bit less winded, but I do have a few things. First off, just like to mention that we are currently in the budget and legislative cycle. Our budget is moving through the legislature very well. Things look very good. I mentioned, we're still anticipating a significant amount of Pittman-Robertson dollars coming in the next year, and we are good to go as far as matching funds, the fish and game fund, the license tag fees, things like that we can match it with. We've gotten a lot of legislative inquiries, just a lot of interested people. There's a fair number of new legislators, and I think that, they're just trying to learn and get information and learn about the department and the divisions. Would really like to say thanks to Joe Felkel, our legislative liaison. He's done a good job and takes a lot of that load, and really appreciate all the work that he's doing there. A couple other things going on. I imagine folks are aware now, but I do want to make sure people are. We did start the Unit 20E Predator Control Program about 2 weeks ago. That is up and running now, and I'm not sure when the end date will be. There was a lot of interest early on when it was open, and then that's kind of fallen off, I think, with weather and deteriorating snow conditions, things like that. But it is open. Species management workshops. I don't know if I've talked about this very much over the years. We brought these back, oh gosh, 4 or 5 years ago now, and every year or so, we try to pick a species that we're going to focus on, and we bring in all the biologists, the researchers, the management biologists that work on that species, and it's a good exchange of information, figuring out what other regions are doing, how other places are doing things, new techniques, all of the above. We finished the first ever muskox species workshop here, oh gosh, probably been about a month ago now. I missed it. I was really sorry I missed that one. I was very interested. You know, muskox in this venue, we talk about muskox quite a bit. How, you know, really, how are we going to manage them? And they're moving, and they're growing, and they're showing up in places that I'm not sure we envisioned that they would. I appreciate those guys getting together. And next year, moose and wolf species workshops will be on the docket. We are keeping an eye on a couple bills in the legislature. Again, I won't go into detail, but specifically SB 97, it's the new guide concession bill. And you do have a proposal that you'll be taking up later in the meeting that's part of it, you know, considering an area for guide concessions. Also, HB 93, it's a licensing bill to correlate hunting fishing licenses along with requirements of the permanent fund. So those are keeping us busy as well. A couple other things. We're in the process of potentially finding new office space down in Soldotna. Pretty excited about that. We've been hoping to get that done for a while, and it looks like the Kenai Peninsula College may be able to provide us some office space, and we keep taking steps towards that. I think I've mentioned before, Tom Schumacher, the Region 1 supervisor, will be retiring next month, so we won't have him with us in Wrangell, but I am very proud to announce that Anthony Krupe was recently hired as the Southeast Regional Supervisor. I stole Anthony from Sportfish many years ago, and I'm very excited that he was willing to step up and take that position. A couple other personnel things that tend to get a lot of attention these days. Vacancy rates, I'm very happy to say we're at 9%. I don't know if you can find that maybe anywhere else, but we've worked very hard to get positions filled. Recruiting, over the last couple years, we've talked a lot about how difficult it has been to recruit. I don't know if this is going to hold or not, but I had 51 applicants for our program partner coordinator. That's the person who works with all the organizations on auction and raffle fundraising. And just yesterday, we got the go-ahead to offer and that position. I did it last night, and I'll be announcing that later in the week. We got 110 applicants for a WB1 position in Douglas. That's a lot. And so I don't know if that's the turning of the tide, but some good examples of how things are working out. Let's see, a couple other things. Wrap up pretty quick. Wood bison, you're going to get a wood bison plan update here this morning. Right now, they're shooting for mid-May as a release date. I say that with there's some wiggle room in there. You know, conditions got to be right and things like that. But they seem to be doing well. Myself and Cheryl Brooking were fortunate enough to go out and spend a few days with the wood bison, and I just have to say it's amazing what folks have accomplished out there to get that done. Really appreciate everybody being engaged in that. We are preparing for the 2026 Board of Game meetings, both in Wrangell for Southeast and in Kodiak for Region 2, South Central. Had our first meeting with the Southeast folks just a couple days ago to work on department proposals and think about what we might see coming out of the public. I anticipate we're going to get a lot of good proposals for that meeting and certainly for Region 2 as well. Other than that, you know, just another statement. Statewide meetings are a little bit different. Several of you have been through them before. You know, we have all the normal stuff. We have the presentations. You have the A&Rs. We're in the room, and we'll be here the whole time. But many of the proposals deal with definitions and deal with things that aren't necessarily data-driven. So a little bit, in some sense, you're going to see a little bit less data. Now, there are some that, you know, the suite of sheet proposals you have That'll look like just a normal Region 3 thing, but just to give you a heads up that, you know, some of these are definitions, methods, and means, things like that. So it might look a little bit different. We do have staff that'll be coming in and out of the meeting throughout the next week or so, and we did that to kind of spread the joy. A lot of folks agreed to help us out around the state. So folks, we'll have some folks online, and then we'll have some folks in person. You're probably going to see a whole lot of Natalie and I up at the hot seat, so you're going to get tired of hearing me talking anyway. But I think with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll leave it there, and certainly happy to answer any questions.
Thanks for that. Any board members have any questions? Yeah, Member Wood.
Thank you. Mr. Scott, the guide concession program that's currently in the legislature, is it still in the House of Origin?
Through the chair, Member Wood, I believe it is, but
Could you have legislative liaison give me a status update as to where it is and to what committees it's been referred?
Sure.
I'm just trying to get a gauge of what chance does it have of getting through this session.
Certainly. Thank you.
Commissioner.
Yeah, we're tracking it very carefully because there's two pieces of it. One is the legislation, the other one is the fiscal note. When it got passed last year in that barrage at the end that got challenged legally, and there was no fiscal note attached to the bill. So we're kind of in an interesting time frame moving forward here with the Unit 19C recommendations. We may not have certainty as to whether or not this bill is in play, and if it is in play, it may not have the financial resources to actually be implemented through DNR. So there's just a lot of uncertainty as we move forward here.
Member Loring.
Yeah, thank you. For Mr. Wood, it's referred to Finance, so it's in the Finance Committee. Finance Committee?
Any other questions from board members? If not, Mr. Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, public. At this time, we don't have a new report for you, new information to add, except for I was hired last Monday as the news director. I believe that Dr. Wade has provided extensive information in earlier meetings, and that's what I have for you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Dr. Weeda, nothing to add?
Thank you, excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, our exciting news is the arrival of George, and I did provide an extensive, well, not extensive, but I provided a longer report in January. I'll say that the division is continuing to do what we do. Staff are out in the field completing their field work, meeting with communities, writing up reports, and trying to wrap up the board season. We're looking forward to gathering the entire division staff in June to welcome George as well, and come together and tackle some of the larger issues that we have on our plate. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great, thanks. Next up, I have OSM Kendra Holman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kendra will be filling in tomorrow. You're stuck with me today. I do not really have a report for you right now. Brian Ubelaker.
That's okay, you don't have to have one.
Okay, thank you.
Cool, thank you. Department of Law.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Brooking gave a pretty extensive litigation update in January. The only update we have since then is that we received a decision last week in AWA versus state, which involved Mulch-Chatna Caribou Intensive Management. We're reviewing that decision over at Department of Law to decide next steps, but don't have anything further to comment on that at this time.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'd like to follow up with the department on the Department of Law's comments. Wanted to let the board know that we will be petitioning you today to provide emergency regulations to continue the Mulch-Chatna Caribou herd intensive management work. That petition's been filed, and it is RC009. The other part of that is I'd ask the board to consider taking up the deliberations on that a little bit later in the meeting, mainly so we can get the right people in the room. This came about very quickly, and we've got folks organized, but as you can imagine, some things were already scheduled, so, you know, towards the tail end would be very appreciated.
Thanks for that. Commissioner Lang.
Yeah, I might also say that we want to, that waiting to the end of the meeting will allow the public an opportunity to weigh in, get this information out. We'll probably be releasing some kind of news release to get that information out. And second is, we're going to be addressing some of the, what was in the lawsuit is in terms of bear information that to update the board as to where we are with sustainability of bears as part of our IM program.
With that being said, we'll take it up at miscellaneous business at the end of the meeting. Oh, Member Wood.
Request to law, would you please get me a hard copy of that decision?
We can do that.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a very, very short presentation from the Big Game Services Board, if I can give that now.
Absolutely.
Before we finish up. For those that don't know, the Board of Game has a member that's assigned to the Commercial Services Board, which is for big game guides and outfitters. And have that designated seat. And I gave a pretty good report on our last meeting, and nothing's really happened with that board since then, except there's been several disciplinary actions that we took care of over Zoom. And so that's been done. One of the longtime members and also a former member of the Alaska Board of Game, Pete Bust, timed out, so he's no longer on the board. So that seat's open. He had a public seat, and there's still an empty seat for a private landowner. So there's a couple empty seats on that board, waiting to see who those are filled in. The guide seat that was vacated by the death of one of our board members has been filled, so that was not vacant anymore. The executive director, the person that has a similar job as Christy Tibbles that has on this board here, there's a bill in the legislature to get him, get that position full-time with the Big Game Services Board. Right now, he divides his time up between the Marine Pilots Board and the Guide Licensing Board. So he's kind of split 50-50 down the middle. So there's a bill, it's Senate Bill 29 to get that position in place. And again, we talked a little bit about Senate Bill 97, which is the new version of the Senate Bill 189, which was in the last legislature that was passed without a fiscal note and is currently subject to a lawsuit. So this one's pretty much the exact same language, and it's moving through. And like I said, it's been referred to the Finance Committee. And with that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Loring. I know the Big Game Commercial Services Board is kind of in lieu of in-person meetings, doing a lot more stuff via Zoom. How's that process going? Is the public still happy with that, and what are your general thoughts on it?
Yeah, thank you. There are quite a few Zoom meetings. The Zoom meetings have been mostly, like I said, for disciplinary actions, guides that were sanctioned for some reason or other, and just basically had gone through the process of coming up with a negotiated settlement and whether we accept those or not. So it's a pretty simple process. And there have been some public members, attending those Zoom meetings, just like with the advisory committees, we get a few on those also. And it seemed like those are going pretty smooth. Our next meeting that was scheduled, it was canceled. It was coming up here in a couple of months, and that's just because a lot of the work that was going to be presented at that meeting didn't get through the Attorney General's office, and it had to do with the regulation packet. And so probably 75% of that meeting dealt with those regulations, and that's kind of stuck in the AG's office, so they won't be available. But generally, our main meetings are in person, and with the follow-up on the Zoom, which is working just fine. Thank you.
Well, we appreciate you serving on that board. I know it's a lot of extra time, but thanks for that. Any questions? Captain Johnson, do you have anything to report?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Law and some others give a pretty extensive update at the January meeting. I think the only thing I'll add is just some updates on our staffing. Reported that we had some some new recruits going through their field training process. Happy to report we've had pretty good success there. I think we only lost one. And there's a pretty normal attrition there. It's some pretty intense training. They should be wrapping up here actually about the next week or so. So we'll get some fresh bodies out to kind of learn the job, start going into their mentoring process. And then again, a handful more in the academy. They got a couple months to go there, and then they'll go into their field training. I think I just want to reiterate something that I mentioned at the last meeting, which is, you know, our staffing numbers as a statewide agency have been pretty consistent over the last several years, but are quite a bit reduced from what they were historically. All that to say that, you know, now more than ever, we really do rely and get a lot of our information and tips from the public. We always appreciate those. They're quite often acted upon. A lot of times the public may not realize that because a lot of stuff happens behind the scenes, and it may not come to fruition for several weeks or months. But you know, without getting any specifics, I can assure folks that a lot of those tips result in some really thorough and good investigations, and a lot of enforcement action gets taken. So just everybody listening again out there, you know, you can report stuff a variety of ways. You can contact your local trooper office. And then we really like using this TIP 411 system and app that we have. It's anonymous. You can actually communicate with the assigned trooper kind of via a backdoor internet portal that then anonymizes everything, so you stay anonymous if there's some follow-up information. We've had really good success with that. People sending tips in, they go out by email. The nice thing is it doesn't just sit with one person. It goes to a group of people, and the person most applicable to handle that can take it up. And so that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. Any questions from board members? All right, if not, I think we're going to go to the Lower Tanana Wood Bison Management Plan Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had a little bit of a airline hiccup this morning, so we're going to pinch hit with Darren Bruning, our Deputy Director. He'll be providing the presentation.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Darren Bruning. I am the Deputy Director of the Division of Wildlife Conservation. And a copy of this presentation can be found in RC4, tab 1.1. For this presentation, we'll provide you a status of bison in the northern part of the North American continent, east side of that focus area. The orange line is potential wood bison habitat in the lower Tanana drainage. The blue color depicts state land, and the Minto Flats State Game Refuge is outlined in the green line. And the proposed release site for the current effort on the lower Tanana is represented by the red star. Now I'll go through some of the steps of establishing this herd and preparing it for release. This shows a more focused view of the release location that was depicted by the red star in the previous slide. And the red line depicts an alleyway leading from the Tanana River to a wet meadow, and that is the location of the soft release pen that has been constructed. There were several aspects of this location that were very important to help ensure a successful release. And one of those was we needed a good outside bend of the river with deep water so the barge could deliver the bison and also feed and supplies needed for camp. Also needed a meadow with good forage, high quality forage proximate to the river that could be accessed somewhat easily from the river. And then also a location that was proximate to the Minto Flats State Game Refuge. This location is approximately 70 river miles downstream from Nenana and 50 air miles from Fairbanks. As I mentioned, this is a soft release effort, and that means that wild animals are kept in containment for a temporary amount of time in order for them to stabilize and reestablish social structure, and for us to ensure that their condition is as good as it can be, and it ensures a more controlled release onto the landscape and less likely for animals to just be in an agitated state and be concerned for their safety and be seeking to flee the area that they are getting away from people. So the approach is a soft release. To do this, a pen needed to be constructed in the wilderness, and it truly was a bushcraft marvel. Last June and July of 2024, a pen was built by many people, and we had many people participate and assist with the construction of this pen. The total area of the pen is 100 acres, built around that wet meadow that was depicted in the previous slide. This included constructing 3.5 miles of trail and fence that was all built with hand tools. The red line in one of the previous maps that showed the aerial view of the location, that was an alleyway built from the river to the pen, and that alleyway is a 1/2 mile in length. So the trail that was cut and the fence line that was cut is essentially, most of it is just wide enough for a four-wheeler and the wire. At least it was at that point. It was just wide enough to get the equipment and the wire in there. And essentially, trees were used as fence posts. That were no posts were put in, so it was just built around existing trees. And so this also means, though, that we can remove all of the structure that we brought in, and after some regrowth, there should be very little trace that this pen and the alleyway was constructed. Here's just a few other views of the pen construction. We had people from local communities. We had participate in assisting. We had people, military volunteers. We had people from the University of Alaska, Fairbanks. A myriad of volunteers from many walks of life, just some, just local residents that had interest. And so we were very fortunate to have all of the help and all the interest in the participation. these groups with the photos that are on the slide now, they worked immensely hard to do this. So once the enclosure was completed, then it was time to bring the bison to the enclosure. And this was done by trucking them over the highway from Fairbanks to Nenana, where the bison were then loaded onto a barge. All the bison were in our specially designed containers that we have for transporting wood bison. And so the containers were placed on a truck driven to Nenana, containers picked up, placed on a barge, and then the barge to the specific location. And we did one transport in July and one transport in August. And this is a photo of the wood bison after they were placed into the soft release pen at the Minto Flats State Game Refuge. And the basic plan is to hold them there through the winter and release in the spring when new vegetation and growth was present. To get them to the release, we have to take care of them through the winter. And again, we wanted to care for them as best as we possibly could to get them in as good a condition as possible, both for calving and then for release. And we put a lot of effort into their feed regime, and that included getting certified weed-free hay on site to feed them in the form of 1,200-pound round bales. And we also had certified weed-free alfalfa cubes, and then a special bison ration that we formulated with the help of Alaska Wildlife Conservation Center, and it's produced at the Alaska Mill and Feed here in Anchorage. So the goals and the intent were to try to anchor the bison to this site. And that could be achieved by the fact that the bison spent that much time in that location. Also, there should be calving within the pen, and that'll help the adult cows want to be around that area that they had calves there. And then the goal again is to have a release around green up, and so that forage is abundant for the bison and that they don't have to travel far to try to find food. We don't know the exact date of the release, but as an example, May 8th is the average green up in that area. A few more images of caretaking. There's some of the round bales I mentioned in the upper right hand. We barged a lot of bales to the site. And we also barged a bobcat to have there temporarily before the snow came and ice. And we used that to move pallets and pallets of feed and other fencing supplies. And then the reward was the image on the left. That's an image of the bison out in the wet meadow in the soft release pen several weeks after they arrived. This is what summer camp looked like. Just a few wall tents and things that we kept protected under tarp, but it was very adequate for both taking care of the fence and preparing for the bison. And then in the winter, got some weather ports and an Arctic oven that had really upscale amenities like wood stoves and oil drip stoves and a propane heater, and we even had Starlink internet on site. A few more images. Just tried to design the camp to keep people comfortable that came out to help and participate with caring for the bison through the winter. So now we'll go into the planning effort that all occurred prior to the bison being transported to the soft release site. But there was a tremendous amount of outreach and education that occurred to even lead up to the planning effort. In the past 10 years, we've had 9 wood bison planning team meetings, and each of those meetings were 3 days each, and they were facilitated efforts, and I think there was a fair number of people in this room that attended those planning team meetings. We had representatives from many interest groups. Many interest groups were invited, and some of the attendees and representatives included people from the Board of Game, associated, local communities near the release site, Fish and Game Advisory Committees, tribes and native corporations, wildlife conservation interests, non-governmental organizations, other government agencies, and people from the regional population centers and industry. And the key and the goal of the planning effort was that each interest group was able to identify their own priorities and make them known. And the process gives them an opportunity to consider, what their priorities are in light of the priorities of other groups, and then work out solutions that end up with a broad-based support. So with 9 full days and more than 30 people at these meetings, they all provided input that helped form the Lower Tanana Wood Bison Management Plan. And the resulting plan includes a tremendous amount of input from the planning team, and these come as recommendations to the decision-making bodies such as the Board of Game, Alaska Department of Fish and Game, other agencies, and landowners regarding wood bison restoration. Now we'll move on to introduction of the Lower Tanana Drainage Wood Bison Management Plan, and you'll find this in RC 4, tab 1.2. I'd like to highlight the main sections of the plan, and these sections are background with focus on the 10J aspect of the Endangered Species Act and of the environmental assessment that was conducted to allow wood bison restoration in Alaska. Also, the public planning process that details those meetings and all of the input from all the participants. Another aspect is just the concept that this management plan is a living document, and a part of this concept of this living document is the thought that if this population succeeds, that is when the team can come together to provide more input and recommendations to the Board of Game regarding harvest. But that's if the population succeeds, and that's very clearly laid out in this plan. Another important aspect of this plan, a main section, is the goals, objectives, and actions. Also, the values and concerns that came from the public planning process, trying to capture all of those thoughts and all those values and all the concerns that were shared. So today, Alaska Department of Fish and Game is seeking approval of this plan by the Board of Game to move forward with the release this spring. The management plan is composed of recommendations to you and other decision-making bodies based on the input from all of the 30 interest groups that participated in the planning effort. The plan is about how the desires of the interest groups influenced the effort to restore wood bison in the Lower Tanana drainage. We think that a strength of the planning team approach, it lies in the fact that each interest group was able to consider other people's, other groups, the interests of other groups and their priorities, and that people could discuss those and work together to come up with an acceptable plan that considers an extremely broad array of perspectives. And I would point out also that the plan has been available for public review on the Alaska Department of Fish and Game website. And then I will now review the management plan goals. And those are to release and grow the herd and manage the long-term viability, to staff and fund the project, to minimize conflicts between humans and bison, to monitor interactions with wildlife and the ecosystem, and to ensure continuing communication among groups. And with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Hey, thank you very much for that. I know you kind of got thrown into this, but you did a great job with that presentation. I appreciate it. Any questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you. I think for your presentation is really good.
You're very welcome.
Right there at the very end, you said that there's been other decision-making bodies besides ADF and G that have input in the release of the bison. Who are those other decision-making groups?
Through the chair, primarily it would be Department of Fish and Game, and of course, the Board of Game. The planning team itself is a group that would be considered always in the decision-making and included as the decision-making was happened. And that group represents many other entities, and so it's a reference to all of the entities or organizations that are part of that planning team.
Okay, thank you. So right now, the next step after the approval of the plan would be a projected release sometime this spring or early summer. So is that just a department decision? Then it's already in place, so we're going to go ahead and move forward. We're not going to get any group that might say no, I guess is what I'm asking.
Through Chairman Fletcher, if the board will consider this plan today and based on the feedback we receive from the board, we would proceed with plans that we have waiting to possibly put into action for release. But it's upon introducing it to the board and getting the feedback from the board.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep, Commissioner Lang.
Yeah, this release site was carefully chosen. It's on state land. We put the animals out there, and we put the animals out there knowing that it was on state land, that we had the authority to do that. So our full intention of releasing these animals this spring. I think there's a lot of discussion out in the public over who's going to be able to eventually harvest these animals, but I can guarantee you that harvest of these animals is sometime long-term into the future, and I do not want to get into a position of not being able to release these animals and grow the herd to a potential size where it can provide harvest because we don't have a harvest sharing agreement in place at this time. So it's our full intention of releasing these animals. The other thing at play here is U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is currently rewriting this 10J rule. We're keeping a very close eye on that. But recall in the previous version of the 10J rule, the state, these are non-essential experimental animals under the 10J rule. That means that they're non-essential to the threatened population of wood bison, and they're experimental on our landscape. As part of that rule, we reserve the right to manage them and remove them as if they're not an essential portion of that threatened population. If that rule gets changed, and that basic framework fundamentally changes, we're going to be in a very interesting position because under that existing rule, we reserve the right to remove those animals if they become something other than non-essential and experimental. But right now, we're proceeding under the assumption that that rule change, at least under the current administration, is going to be much more friendlier than what we were hearing earlier on. So it's our intention right now to put these animals on the landscape, knowing that if the rule changes, we may have to move them or remove them off the landscape in the future.
Thank you, Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I was just going to respond to Member Loring's question. I believe there's a full list of participating parties in the appendices of the RC. Also, just as an interesting side note, since we're talking about wood bison, we conducted a moose survey out in Unit 21E last couple of weeks, and they documented 86 minimum count bison on the Anoco. So,
other board members' questions? Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick question for Doug. You mentioned that if the rule changes, we have it written in the management policy that we could remove the animals if needed. Would that also include the other herd that was released in Shaglook?
Yes, that would include both herds. So I don't think it's in anybody's best conservation interest in having non-essential experimental animals removed off the landscape. But if it becomes an issue that the federal government assumes control of these animals without having paid for them, or number two, that we lose control over the status of them as non-essential experimental, we will not, we will probably take the appropriate action to reduce the risks to the state.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that presentation, Darren. I'm just curious, I forgot to ask this even at the last Wood Bison meeting. Why were we using, in the first goal, long-term viability instead of sustainability?
Well, I think the goal would be to get them to sustainable, but we don't even know whether these things disappeared off the landscape for a variety of different reasons that we aren't fully understood. So we're trying to determine whether we're going to grow a viable population of these, and if we can, hopefully get to a sustainable level that provides yield.
Okay, thank you. And just to follow up, if people are curious about human harvest, the team did talk about human harvest, and there's some in the management plan that you can view online. Goal 1 has a whole section of objectives that we talked about, and some of that was human harvest.
Director Scott.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Darren, for stepping in and delivering that. Good job there. I just want to be clear, we're not asking, we don't want the management plan in regulation. Part of the requirements, though, is that we come and talk to the board. I think that's appropriate. It's a big effort and lots of people involved. We're looking for you to approve it, endorse it, whichever term you want to use. And I believe Director Tibbles probably has an example of how that was done in the past one for Shagaluk and on the Anoka. But I just want to be clear, this isn't a regulatory issue per se. It's just an approval and endorsement of the plan from the board.
Thanks for that explanation. Any other further questions from board members? If not, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Fletcher. I'd like to add also, just to make it clear that as you review and consider endorsing this plan, that upon your potential endorsement, this plan would become the final Lower Tanana Wood Bison Management Plan.
Thanks. Director Scott.
And just as a follow-up to that as well, early on in the presentation, we recognize this plan will be dynamic. There's still lots of moving pieces associated with the wood bison. As I mentioned, we're required to bring it to the board and have you approve it. And then I think the commissioner alluded, the plan is to release them this spring on the Minto State Game Refuge. And having that approval is a step we need.
Thanks. With that, I think we need to have a motion. Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I move to accept the Lower Tanana Wood Bison Management Plan.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on this motion? We had a pretty good discussion here. We've asked a lot of questions. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I was really appreciative of all the work that the department's done on this, and they're bringing everything to the board, not only at this meeting, but prior meetings, and also the information we got on the Anoka release. A lot of that's fills in some of the earlier concerns I had and how that's going, and I fully support this process and fully support the recommendation that we accept the plan that the department's put before us. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Any other member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just making sure that the board is comfortable. I mean, this is a brand-new plan that just came out fairly recently, and, we got an outline of what that plan says, but it's a lot more in depth if you actually read the whole plan. So I don't know if all the members had a chance to read the plan itself.
Any further question? Member Wood.
Yeah, if there's anybody on this board that's in opposition, I'd love to hear that argument as well. And Member Barrett raised an issue in I'd like to know if there's something beyond just not being 100% certain because people haven't read it, or is there something in there we should be aware of and coming to a decision?
No, it wasn't. I just got it the other day myself, so I was kind of going over it, but I was intimately involved with it. I was just making sure that, you know, if members didn't see it or weren't comfortable with voting on it right now, that we could potentially delay it. But I don't see anything in there that's conflicting with the department head gave us for an overview.
Is there any discussion on whether we should delay action on this a little bit to get further review of the management plan? Commissioner.
I think the most important thing that Darren said up there is that this is a living document. I think we're just looking for your kind of endorsement right now that we're where we're at in this process and try to get moving forward on the release side. You know, this is really a success conservation story. You know, these animals disappeared off the landscape. We tried Inoko. Inoko has been some success and less success. We have finding out like bison and wood bison are no different than plains bison. Hard winters affect them. And we're hoping that this release site is, and the data is showing pretty positive things, that we have a lot less snow on the ground even on bad snow years because of the wind conditions here. So we're much more optimistic here. But this is really at a point where we're just trying to determine whether we can really introduce these. And I'm again perplexed by the discussion over the harvest potential for these. I appreciate people want to harvest them and eat them, but we're so far behind having harvestable surpluses of these animals at this point in time that we're just trying to determine the viability of this from a conservation perspective and getting these animals reintroduced. And I'm actually pretty proud over my 30 years or 20 years of involvement in this by trying to get the non-essential experimental population. We really have done a conservation effort in trying to get these animals on the landscape.
Any further questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm comfortable with moving forward with the vote at this point with the commissioner's explanation and my involvement in reading everything and following up with what's gone both in Inoko and or Tana. I'm happy with it and have had a chance to review the draft plan also. So I'm comfortable with moving forward.
Call the question.
All right, the question has been called whether we're going to approve this this management plan. Christie, would you pull the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on that motion to approve the management plan, the wood bison management plan. Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Mr. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you for that. The next item we have is the 19C Sheep Working Group. Do we need to take a short break? Okay. We'll take a break here, maybe 10 minutes, and come back with that. Thank you.
Okay, okay. So then I will begin with, like I say, I'm working with the Unit 19C Sheep Working Group. Next slide is just telling you where I'm based. I'm in Newfoundland, and from our perspective, we're always in the center of the world. You can see where Alaska is there. And and next slide, I'm worked really all over the world, and most recently with some work in the areas of Alaska with the group of the Alaska Wood Bison Group. Next slide. So what I do is I listen to people, work towards solutions, and that means you need a group in the room that's willing to work hard. Next. It's a very visual style of facilitation, as suggested there, with cards, shapes, colors, and the ideas are presented by each member of the group. Darren spoke a little bit about this when he was talking about the wood bison, that each interest group gets an opportunity to speak. With the sheep working group, each individual gets to share their views. Next. So the characteristics of this approach, just so that the board that's unfamiliar maybe with how this works, it's called a human dimension applied facilitated workshop approach. The cards all mean something. There's very clear discussion rules that are given so that no one really dominates the discussion. There's no interpretation of the minutes of a meeting. We take photographs of the sheets, and that becomes the minutes. And then we develop those into the goals, objectives, some of which you saw with the Wood Bison Management Plan. Next. The workshop's built on feedback between each workshop. So with the working group, we had the workshop in June, we had another workshop in October. It's a process that continually builds upon itself. And you've got to trust that the group will work hard. And I've been fortunate enough to have, with the 9 members of the sheep working group, they worked very, very hard. 31 sheets of discussion were generated in the June workshop and another 16 sheets in October. So that's over just 2 days in each workshop, 4 days in total. Next, please. So we operate on the trying to get consensus. Consensus is a package agreement, a package of compromises. The sheep working group agreed to try to strive toward consensus, but if they couldn't reach consensus, then a majority would carry the discussion. Next. There's different definitions of consensus, of course. Margaret Thatcher has a very interesting one here. To me, consensus seems to be the process of abandoning all beliefs, principles, values, and policies. So it's something in which no one believes and to which no one objects. I'd like to suggest that the consensus definition of finding compromises, working hard, and next slide, please, what Margaret Mead said, let a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens work hard, and they can change the world. And indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. Next, please. So who are these Unit 19C sheep working group? You've got several of them in the room. Jerry Burnett, Stosh Hoffman, Jake Fletcher, Scott Crother, Brett Ribbons, Mike Litzen, Michelle Quillen, Chad Barade, and Patricia Owen. The first workshop, next, please. So the first workshop, we talked about how, why we were there, where we were building. Just a reminder to the board of the game established the Unit 19C Sheep Working Group. And the board deferred all the proposals for sheep hunting in Unit 19C out of the cycle to allow the sheep working group to get to this point and this opportunity to submit a proposal which is timely with the other proposals. Next. So like I said, we work in this kind of semicircle. You're starting to see some of the cards and shapes. Each group, the groups are often divided into smaller groups, and each one of them presents information. You look for patterns, you look for similarities, and that's one of the ways you strive towards consensus as you work with the group. They met in June. They agreed, despite their incredibly busy schedules, to meet again in October. This group works from 9 to 5, 8:30 to 5. And like I said, they generated 31 sheets of discussion the first 2 days in June, and they produced another 16 sheets. And they probably would have produced even more, but they really wanted a lot of information from Alaska Fish and Wildlife. And the group certainly thanks Alaska Fish and Game for all of the information they provided that day to help them with their decision making. Next. So a little bit of context for the recommendations that are coming from this group. These recommendations are based on, in their words, conservative management to ensure long-term sustainability of the Unit 19C Dall sheep population. They want to share the impacts of any decisions among all the user groups. They want to explore novel approaches to addressing declining sheep populations, and they want to try to increasing the challenges between the interest groups. They want to try to decrease some of those issues between interest groups and try to address some of those challenges. So the recommendations are based on the best science that was in the room, both Western and traditional knowledge, and they have put forward an encouragement to Alaska Department of Fish and Game to continue to learn about sheep populations, specifically adding radio collars to better understand some of the mortality issues that are of concern to them. Next slide. So just some highlights from the June workshop, why they were there. They're concerned about sheep numbers. They want to involve all cultures and traditions in a meaningful dialogue towards solutions. They want to try to understand what we know and don't know about sheep. They do share a common vision for sheep. They want to ensure that the resource is considered first. They want to build trust and positive, effective relationships between all agencies, governments, and all of the different interest groups. And they want to strive to maintain the opportunity to continue hunting Dall sheep sustainably. In that first workshop in June, they identified 11 different obstacles to achieving their vision, which were spun as objectives. They began to address those. They started to identify data gaps. They gave a clear focus to Alaska Fish and Game, where they would like them to do more research. And they also tied in a few other different issues of minimizing the air noise, road noise, and working with other issues there that had to do with dealing with sheep and habitat and a variety of issues. Next, please. They want this discussion around Unit 19C sheep to remain a flexible, adaptive management. You heard similar kinds of words with the wood bison management plan. They want to increase the connection from all segments of society to the resource. So they really want to bring people to better appreciate this resource in a coordinated communication strategy. And they really want to find ways to increase trust between all groups and minimize hunter-user conflicts. And like I said, they were there to strive to work towards consensus, but they also agreed that a simple majority would suffice. And the recommendations you're getting today, 8 out of the 9 members agreed with the recommendations they're proposing to you today. What is important, I know how many of the times when you have these discussions, you kind of immediately move to the recommendations or the proposals. I've spent this time to give you some context of how hard the group works and all the variety of things the group thinks about and talks about, so that when you get to this final recommendation, that you know that a lot of thought, a lot of time, a lot of work has gone into this by a bunch of very dedicated, concerned citizens that are trying to change the world and ensure sustainability of Dall sheep in 19C. Next. So I had them think about their vision, and their vision is that big picture. And those that have worked with me before know I asked them to draw me a picture. Next, please. I think we could agree that you do not want any of the Unit 19C working group to give up their daytime jobs and go into selling art. But I do want to stress that the important things that they're talking about are those key values that are around their images. It's about tradition, it's about trust, it's about stewardship, it's about equality, it's about fostering understanding, knowledge, it's about respect for the animals, it's about respect for the land, and it's about monitoring and continuing this tradition of hunting Dall sheep, but to make sure it continues on foot despite any technological advances that might, we can't even imagine right now. They want to ensure that this experience stays and remains very similar to how it is today. Next. So I'll highlight just a couple of different things because they were important issues that the group did think about. They did have a discussion about predator control issues. Predator control for them meant bears, eagles, and sheep, and wolves, I mean. Next slide, please. And I want to emphasize that they really wanted science to lead any discussion about predator control. And I want to emphasize that at this point in time, the sheep working group is not recommending any form of predator control for sheep unless all the guidelines that are above there are discussed in detail and fully understood. So they want to assure positive results without causing unintended consequences. They want to have clear biological objectives that are measurable. They want to utilize humane control methods if control is used. They want to ensure there's very clear efforts made to gain public support and public understanding. And most importantly, they want to let science guide any steps regarding predator control. And the group really did want to make the statement, because they knew there was discussions about predator control, that they were not supportive of predator control at this point in time for sheep until those kinds of guidelines are met. Next. So you will hear in more detail their recommendation. They are requesting a closure for 2025 to all general season hunts except the RS 380 subsistence hunt. In 2026, 2027, they want a temporary draw hunt with a sunset clause after 2 years, where 80% of those permits are allocated to residents, 20% to non-residents, with a 5% cap for second degree kindred. They want, and the 2DK hunt sponsor should also notch that harvest ticket. They request that the Unit 19C be used as the pilot program for the guide concession program if it's implemented. And finally, in 2028, the hunt would return to draw permits. They have built in, and I know you had a very brief discussion, a question from one of the board members about the stage that discussion is right now about the guide concession program. The group really would like to meet again if, in fact, that guide concession program is not ready to be implemented, so that they can have some further discussion about what may be the best option at that point in time. Okay. Next slide. So what I've been able to tell you is something that I've really stressed with all the groups that I work with that you're born with two ears, one mouth, so you should be listening at least twice as much as talking to the various user groups and general public. And this group I've effectively listened to. I've tried to portray their feelings on the essence of what those workshops were. And I think we're at a point where, we'd strongly recommend the Board of Game to also listen to the voices of this sheep working group that have spent considerable amount of time to get to this point where they've put a very thoughtful proposal, I think, in front of you. Last slide, please. Next. So with that, I can entertain some questions about the nature of the process or the nature of the workshops and the results, but I do know you have many people in the room, members of the sheep working group that were in the room that are also serving on the board removed themselves when any discussion was put forward about proposals to the Board of Game. They removed themselves, and so the proposal you have in front of you is from the Unit 19C Sheep Working Group. And I thank the Sheep Working Group for letting me have the opportunity to work with them. Thank you, guys.
Alistair, it was great. Thank you very much. I enjoyed that whole process, and it was pretty cool. It was great to be part of it. Any questions for board members? Member Wood.
Thank you. Let me make sure I understood your last comments. When it came down to voting on anything that might be as far as a recommended proposal, the Board of Game members did recuse themselves so that they would be able to vote here today or tomorrow, whenever it comes up, on the issue. Is that what you said?
Yes, definitely. We also had legal support in the room that made it very clear to those members what they could discuss and not discuss. And so they were removed, they reclused themselves from any discussion specifically about proposals. Yes.
Okay, and if you would go to slide, I think it must be 7. The one is before the one with the picture of Will Smith with big ears.
Okay. That's the proposal I think you have in front of you as part of that RC7 package, I think.
No, that's my problem. I don't have that page in here.
Oh, okay.
Unless, okay. Does this follow what was a draft letter dated October 21st? It seems to follow in subject matter, but the letter went a lot further. And it was a memo, I think, from Mr. Scott.
I believe it has, but I will let maybe someone from the 19C team perhaps speak to that.
Yeah, Director Scott.
Through the chair, Member Wood, it does follow along that, and we took the text almost verbatim.
Okay. Because I do have questions, Mr. Chair, that arose as a result of the October 21st verbiage, particularly as it pertains to proposals that were being supported by this group and those that were being opposed. And I'd like to go into that at the appropriate time. I don't know that this is the appropriate time.
It probably is not appropriate time right now. I think we'll do it right before we take up these proposals.
That'd be fine, too. Thank you. And I just had one other question, if I could.
Sure,
on your
thank you.
recommendations, and I'm reading from the sheet I had initially, in 2028, if the guide concession program for Unit 19C is in place, then residents and non-residents will go to harvest ticket hunts. My question basically is, why are we predicating so much upon this program to determine what resident hunters are or are not going to do? I don't know where the program's going to impact resident hunters, is it?
Director Scott.
Through the chair, Member Wood, it will not impact resident hunters. That is correct. Right now, one of the highest concerns that's been expressed for this area is the number of non-resident hunters, and guides or non-resident sheep hunters are required guides and/or somebody within second degree of kindred. In theory, a guide concession program will reduce those numbers or, set a cap on the number of guides that can operate in that area.
So that language does not in any way restrict what the residents can do. Is that what you're saying?
Through the chair, Member Wood, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from board members? Yeah, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just first a question, are we gonna be able, are they gonna give public testimony where we can ask questions, or is this our opportunity to ask the sheep working group questions before we ever get to deliberations?
Sure. So after Alistair gets done here, we're going to have 3 members from the working group come up here and talk, and we'll be able to ask questions. Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions here from board members? If not, Alistair, thank you very much for that presentation. And like I said, it was great working with you. And at this time, we'll transition up. We'll have those 3 members from the working group come up here and start their report.
Great stuff. Thank you again, guys.
And we have another former board member, Tom Lamel, in the audience.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chair and Board. My name is Brett Gibbons, and I'm here with Michael Litzen and Michelle Quillen. Yes. We were a part of the Unit 19C Sheep Working Group appointed by this board, and you've got lots of background how we got to the point of this proposal that the working group came up with. I guess rather than go into more redundant background, we could field some questions for sure. If there's anything that's unclear about the proposal that the group came up with.
Yeah, Member Wood.
I'm interpreting this as being this is the appropriate time to ask of the group.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for putting this group together and serving on it. In my career on different boards and whatnot, I've always been a part of putting the stakeholders together to try and come up with the solutions. And I assume when they get to the board's level that they have at least some consensus among the stakeholders pushing it forward. And unless there's a real strong reason why not to adopt it, I normally will follow those recommendations. But having said that, I need to know the basis of how you came to the conclusions you came to. And I'm looking at the October 21 letter, because that's what I had ahead of this meeting to read. And apparently the group has taken a position that you neither support nor oppose listed proposals, and then you come forward and say you oppose the following ones, and you gave a reason for that, it being inconsistent with the proposal. For those that you're neither supporting or opposing, is that because it doesn't address an issue that your group is recommending on, or what's your reason? I need to know why you came to the conclusion to support or oppose something.
Yes, sir. Basically, and that was a tricky part, right, is we were kind of mandated to get together, to look at the proposals that existed, and to see if we were going to go down a road of just opposing or supporting current proposals, or if we could actually get together and create a new proposal that kind of took multiple aspects of all together and hopefully came forth with a product that might benefit all user groups to some degree. And so I see where your question is, you know, how are we supporting or opposing some and not one way or the other on the others? And I guess I'd be happy to let somebody else answer part of that. I feel that we are absolutely supporting the proposal we came up with and put forward, and I think that it addresses many of the same issues as other proposals, just possibly kind of from a different way.
And if it might help you in the presentation, and I'm only one of 7 members, I was looking at the process as creating an animal that tried to bring everybody together and would hopefully resolve most, if not all, of the other proposals dealing with the subject matter. so that we could have a unified effort going forward. And that's the reason for the questions as to why it's being opposed or supported. And it'll tell me very clearly whether indeed you've got consensus across the board or you don't.
Yes, sir. One thing that wasn't addressed by Alistair in his presentation was the background of the members. And on the membership of the Unit 19C working group, you had a wide range. You had non-consumptive user participation, representation from Denali Park. You had local sheep hunter and Unit 19 resident representation that had participated in all three manners of current hunts, including the RC 380 registration sheep hunt. You had commercial operators in the form of guides and transporters, and you had traditional cultural representation. So to get all of those user groups represented in the same room and come forth with a consensus on any topic regarding a specific aspect of sheep took a little doing. And that's why I think we came up with kind of this hybrid proposal.
And if I might conclude, where I'm going with this is anticipation on my part after having served on a companion board for several years, and one as its chair, is I anticipate that there'll be on at least one occasion that a motion will be made to take no action based upon what was taken on an earlier proposal. And if that were to come up and the maker of that proposal would have some kind of objection, I'd like to know if that objection is based upon being different from the recommendation or being somewhat in line with. And that's basically where I'm heading, because I fully anticipate that happening with a number of articles or a number of proposals we have.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just remind the board that the board deferred all of the 19C sheep proposals from the Interior meeting to frankly give these guys an opportunity to get together and come up with the products that they have for you today. We will be hearing, we'll have staff here to cover all of those. We're prepared, and you've seen most of it before because we went through them all in Fairbanks, but they'll be here shortly to be prepared.
Thanks, and it might be an appropriate time. Brett, get us caught up for board members that aren't here. Like, how did all this transpire? You know, even going from when we're down in Soldotna with your, you know, the AC proposal to close hunting, and can you kind of walk us through that history?
I think so, Mr. Chairman. So there was a proposal now, what are we going into the second or third year after? There was a proposal to close Unit 19C to both residents and non-residents for a period of 5 years. That proposal, I believe, during the board process was amended during a basically pre-vote. It was amended to only recommend closure for non-resident sheep hunters in Unit 19C, and then it did end up passing. So we are currently a couple years into a period of closure for non-resident hunters only in Unit 19C. It has remained open for resident hunters. That obviously has created a lot of different sentiment from the sheep hunting public and other people involved with sheep, and has led to a lot of interest in the myriad of sheep proposals that exist. And I think at the last board meeting, there was such a large number of sheep proposals specifically for 19C that the board felt that rather than go through them individually, it might be appropriate to appoint a committee that could kind of go through them and possibly come up with a proposal of their own if the committee could come to a consensus. And the one thing that seemed to sort of unite the committee moving forward in the concept of coming up with a proposal, and this will isn't a popular opinion, but I believe it was unanimous during discussions, if not almost unanimous, that basically the committee doesn't believe that full curl management alone will rule the day, so to speak, or provide protection to the level that we'd like to, or possible assistance for these sheep during a period that we're hoping can become a recovery period. Full curl management is definitely recognized as a successful sheep management technique and theory in many scenarios, but the group felt that we need to do something a little bit more than that in this scenario, rather than just sit back and wait and hope that full curl management is enough. And that actually, I feel like, united the group in the concept to come forth with a proposal that is definitely a hybrid and a combo. It's not a proposal that I fully would have, come up or thought of all aspects. There's things missing in there that, if it were only me, would have been in there, but we came up with this as a hybrid. No one person drove that room or anything else. So this is coming from several different, widely varied backgrounds of user groups, knowing that it would also not appeal in some ways to every user group. But it's what we came up with and what we believe in.
Other questions? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, guys from the committee. It was great listening in on a couple times. You guys really went through some real work and some soul searching sometimes. But I recognize in your comments or your context of recommendations to the group, best science is used again. Our recommendations are based on best science. So I'm wondering what best science were used to create the first two bullet points in your recommendations of requested closure for all general season hunts except the subsistence hunt, and then go to this temporary drawing permit system.
Member Brett, through the chair. For the record, I'm Michael Litzen. I've guided sheep in 19C for 44 years, I guess, and I'm a wildlife pilot for the department and have been involved with lots of sheep studies and have been privileged to do some of the sheep counts in this trend area. But what I was going to try to interject here before your question was, we experienced declines in 19C to the range of as little as 65% and as much as 80% declines in populations. This winter looks like a good one. Last winter was a pretty good one. The four previous were tough. The first two of those four previous were the ones that the sheep were just gone. And so it was for conservation. Having been involved as a wildlife pilot, I couldn't say for sure that when we got to this point that full curl management was going to be sufficient to sustain the population. I've learned from the biologists that I worked with, when you ask them a question, they say, well, we don't know, we haven't done studies on that. Well, this is sort of new territory. However, there was another die-off, and I was out in that area then in the early 90s, and it came back from that nicely. But this has been a little bit different, and there's some question as to whether or not it can. So specifically, your question is how we came up with the first two bullet points?
Based on best science.
Yeah. Well, it's looking at the population and what's there, how dramatically that the population had dropped, and to taking a breather and coming up with this draw plan. And the draw plan is simply to reduce harvest for a short period of time, to let things settle out, and then go forward from there, as per the proposal.
Yeah, so another aspect, and I think I remember your group even discussing it, is when I look at another set of data blocks or set of data in the non-hunted populations in the state, like Denali National Park, where there's no sheep harvest by humans at all, and you look at those population dynamics versus the hunted populations in the state, and they mirror themselves. One indication is that full curl management is working. You're not over-harvesting because the unharvested population is in the same decline and matches the hunted harvest. And so that's why I'm concerned about is we're getting into, we feel and we hope that if we do a little less hunting opportunity, these sheep populations may come back. But basically, the best science says it's due to weather. Right now, the weather is going to increase or decrease our sheep populations.
Member Brett, through the chair, that's absolutely true, but you also saw in our recommendations that we would like to get more science. We'd like to get hang some collars on some sheep out there and gain more information. We're taking a conservative approach at this time because it could possibly be new territory. After those first 4 winters, we didn't know what we were going to get. And I think, as Dr. Loheis had mentioned in a proposal that he made, that we might just have to get used to the fact that we're not going to have the abundance of sheep on the landscape that we once did, because there's more things going on than just, well, the weather is affecting more than winter mortality. It's affecting forage as the brush grows up more up the side of the mountain. And when this proposal to close it all together came, and it was a board-generated proposal, I was opposed to it because I was saying, well, we don't know. Full curl management should carry the day. But I could see that it wasn't going in that direction, and that the group decided that we could do something of a novel approach. But I see, Al, what you're driving at, that it's slightly in contrast to those 2 bullet points. And maybe there could have been another one that addressed that study that the board did with Todd Brinkman, the social issues. But something was going to happen. This might not be the point where I put my broad support behind this, and maybe I'll get a chance to, but.
Thank you. That's a good explanation.
And before Michelle talks, I just want to remind board members, we're not into deliberations right now. We're just asking questions. So go ahead, Michelle, if you want to. You got a microphone in front of you? Oh, I just couldn't see it. Okay.
Through the chair, my name is Michelle Quillen, and I just wanted to also respond to Al's question about data and best available science, and add that just because we don't have the research to, I guess, keep this we shouldn't keep the status quo just because we don't have the necessary research available. So I also want to say that even though it is weather that we could tell that is responsible for the sheep declines, we cannot control the weather. And so I just wanted to add that we worked really hard to try and work within this framework that we're given with the board and state management, and what we could control as well. And that's part of our recommendation.
Any other questions from board members? No further questions. Then thank you guys very much for coming and presenting. We really appreciate it. And we appreciate all that hard work that you did put in the sheep working group.
And thank you guys for hearing us and the proposal.
All right, at this time, I'm going to read a few more things in the record before we start with public testimony. If I can find it. Okay, the board has called for public testimony on proposals before us in this meeting. We appreciate the interest and concern of everyone who will testify during the public hearing, as well as those who took the time beforehand to submit written materials. There's a handout on the table in the back titled Guidelines for Public Testimony that provides useful information on testifying. As I mentioned earlier today, everyone wishing to testify must sign up by filling out one of the blue cards located at the table in the back of the room and handing it to board staff at the end of the table to my right. Be sure the blue card is legible and completely filled out so that your name and your area of interest in your topic or your proposals are concerned or areas of concern about are identified to the board members. When completing the blue card to sign up to testify, please refer to the proposal you are addressing by the proposal number and indicate if you're testifying for yourself or an organization or both. Advisory committees and regional advisory council representatives should indicate if they are testifying at the beginning or the end of public testimony or later in the meeting, if they will testify for themselves as well as the AC. Advisory committee representatives should restrict their testimony to what was discussed at the advisory committee meetings. Testimony should include a brief summary of the minutes of the meeting. Copies of those minutes should be available for board members, and the advisory committee representatives' personal opinions should not be addressed during the AC testimony. Please do that at your personal testimony. The cutoff time for public testimony will be Saturday, March 22nd at 11 a.m. The board staff have completed a list of people signing up to present oral testimony. The list is posted around the meeting room and in the hallway. Please do not ask the board staff or board members to take you out of order. Everyone waiting to testify has unique travel needs and will be difficult to assign a priority to one over another. However, if someone has some extenuating travel needs, we'll definitely try to accommodate you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
May I say something real
Sure.
quick? We haven't posted that list yet. We're working on it. We're going to get it up here shortly.
All right, and so the testimony process. When your name is called, please come forward to the microphone at the table. State your name for the record and whether you're representing yourself or your group. If you have previously submitted written material to the board, you should first identify these materials by the record copy number, the public comment number, or the AC number. It'll give board members an opportunity to get that paperwork in front of them while you're before your testimony starts. Individuals and organizations will have 5 minutes to testify. Advisory committees and regional advisory council representatives will have 15 minutes. When you begin your testimony, a green light in front of you will come on. When you have 1 minute left, a yellow light will come on. When your time is up, you'll hear a beeping sound, and then that's your cue to stop speaking. Please stay seated because the board members might have questions for you. These questions often assist you in finishing any of your relevant testimony. The time of the testimony does not include questions the board members may have for you. Please confine your oral testimony to subjects under the consideration in a concise and direct manner as possible. Please be aware that when you testify, you may not ask questions of board members or the department staff. This is your chance to make comments on proposals before the board. If board members and the department or staff need clarification, they'll ask you questions. A person using inappropriate, derogatory, or threatening language to any individual board or agency staff members will not be allowed to continue speaking. If your name is called to testify and you're not present, we'll have a second call for you. The second call happens in the midday breaks and after evening breaks if the meeting continues on to the evening. If you miss the first call in the morning, you will get your second call in the afternoon right after the lunch break before any of the first calls. If you get your first call in the afternoon and you're not present, you'll get your second call either that evening after the dinner break or if the board meets in the evening, or the first thing in the morning. If you miss both your first and second calls, you'll not be able to testify in this meeting. Scheduled to start every morning at 8:30 except for Sunday. We're going to start at 10:30. Approximately we'll have an hour and a half lunch every day. And we'll have, a mid-morning break at maybe roughly around 10:30. With that, I think we're ready for our first testifier. We're going to call Chris Sherry up, please.
Mr. Chairman, may I add something else? We have a little bit different equipment for this meeting, and our big digital clock here will do the testimony time for the 5 minutes and 15 minutes, so I don't have the yellow and green lights set up. If that causes any problem, I can certainly set that up, but we'll just try this digital clock for this first few anyway.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
You're all set. Chris, if you want to state your name for the record.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Christopher Sherry. I'm representing myself. Good morning. I'm here to provide my testimony in regards to the draft of the Wood Bison Management Plan for the lower Tanana River drainage. And I'd also like to speak on the broader significance of wood bison restoration in Alaska. In 2021, I began work with this project as an advisor with project biologist Tom Seaton and Dr. Jesse Coleman as a scoping team. In short, it was our goal to gauge public interest, perform outreach and education, and to achieve social license for a release of wood bison into the eastern interior. From the start, it was my interest that as a reintroduction of the species, whose oral history is documented in the paper titled Wild People and Wildlife of Northern North America, it is of rather particular importance. A brief excerpt and quote from the Chief David Salmon emphasized they lived on it. While the recorded history is in some sense limited, the People and Wildlife paper reveals a fundamental relationship of Dene people and the species bison athabascae. I'm gonna that was my formal introduction and start. I want to establish for the, hopefully I'm not too jumbled on this. I want to establish for the administrative record that the broader significance of this project is not just the restoration of this animal, but a restoration of a relationship between Dene people and the wood bison. Since the end of the last glacial maxim, this animal has taken over territories that were a receding glacier to the northern interior of Alaska. There's a research paper that has 2 infants who have a dietary structure of bison dating back millennia. And so the purpose of my comment is to establish and to reestablish through this effort ceremonial use. And it might not be today, it might not be this board here, but in the boards to come, and it's about reestablishing that relationship. It's the stated goal to release and grow the herd. So with that, I would just like to say that this project for me personally has held spiritual and religious very strong spiritual relationship. In the old world, there was a commune, and it persists to this day. That commune to the higher realm is made through relationship with wildlife. And yeah, I had a lot more planned. The only other thing that I was wondering about was about the public testifying about the draft plan. But if you guys have any questions, I'm here for you.
Hey, thank you very much for that that testimony. Do we have any questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chris. You did a great job. You're getting better at it. I was glad meeting you several years ago when you started getting interested and got on the wood bison working team. I'm curious, though, and maybe I was wrong, but it seemed like back in 2021 or whenever we had our first wood bison introduction meeting for Mento, you were more of the mindset that you didn't have that connection with wood bison. There was no recent history that was documented. And how did you evolve to, what seems like a really, really good position again?
Thank you for that question, Al. This position is developed, evolved, nurtured through research. Our markers of time are different through generations. If we look at, what's necessary for CNT, there's, a generation established. The Lower Noco plan has CNT in their plan as a hope for their the establishment of that plan. And it was also in the plan put forward. It might not be highlighted by the department's presentation and then the oral report and the email that we all got last night. But if you remember, Al, that at that meeting, I believe that there was as much support for CNT and for ceremonial use as there was for the desire to see bison restored to the landscape.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Yeah, some of that's right on. I just really appreciate your testimony today and some of the comments that I've read also. Thank you.
Yeah, and just one last thing regarding the recent, it's relative. It's relative. There very much is in the broader terms a very relative and strong relationship.
Thanks. Any other questions for board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I've supported the reintroduction for wood bison for years, ever since we tried to get it in the Yukon Flats, and the Fish and Wildlife Service opposed us for years there, and we finally got it moving forward. And the department's made comments several times that it's going to be quite a few years before there's any kind of a harvestable surplus. And I really understand your and your folks in your area, your relationship with the bison, both spiritual and cultural, and also for food security. But do you have a real concern that we need to pass a proposal at this meeting to give a cultural use for bison, or is it something that you can wait till the department comes up maybe 5 or 10 or 15 years from now when they actually come up with a harvestable surplus, and then still do it then before we actually have a hunting season on it, and we'll give cultural first? I mean, how important is it that it needs to be done right now?
Thank you for that question. You're referring to the Minto Nenana Advisory Proposal 88, I presume?
Yeah, I'm assuming that you're supporting that from your testimony, and if that's not the case, then that's fine, but what do you think?
I would support that proposal 100%. I think that there's a distinction between my comments here regarding CNT and ceremonial use. And I would really like to develop more. I worked with Tom and Luke, and I've also worked with the Wildlife Conservation Society. We worked on a documentary film about the oral history, the Gerlach paper. It's all research based on, it's based on that particular paper.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? If not, Chris, thank you very much for that testimony.
Hey, thank you.
And I'll call the next testifier, Tony Marchini.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony Marchini. I'll be testifying for individual. Appreciate you guys giving me the chance to speak, and thank you for the work that you do. I'm speaking in regards to the Unit 19C sheep, both the working group and the proposals. I actually authored the proposal 102 that got pushed to this meeting. This all, as we all know, dates back to the Soldotna ruling, which changed during the meeting to just focus on eliminating one user group. I don't personally believe that is based on biology and what Fish and Game actually recommended at that meeting. Like Member Barrett mentioned, the numbers in the parks are the same as the numbers where there is a huntable population. I think weather is the key factor. However, continued scientific data would be very good with this to continue with that. For me, personally, while the working group doesn't align, I should go back, I also am a hunting guide for over 10 years over in 19C. And this did affect me, obviously, but growing up out in Kenny Lake, born and raised Alaskan, I've been hunting sheep. It has been my passion since I could go up the hill the first time when I was 12 with my dad. I've always enjoyed sheep hunting more than any other animal up here in Alaska. I think that while the working group isn't obviously what just I would come up with, I do support it, in fact, over my authored proposal, because I think it is a good middle ground that can appease all working groups, or all user groups, excuse me. I believe that there obviously is a sheep problem in Alaska. It's nothing like when I was a kid, or even, 7-10 years ago. I want to see sheep on the hill for people's kids to hunt for years and years. I'm maybe on the far end of being more of a purist with the sheep hunting. I would enjoy seeing people shoot 10 and older rams. I do not like to see the current grip and grin photos of people shooting squeakers. The 34-inch full curl 7-year-old to me is personally, I cannot stand that. I would much rather see a double broomed 12-year-old that may be 34, but he's lived his life, he's done his deed, he's helped with the future populations. Concerning the working group's actual proposal, everybody gets tense about a draw. I do highly support the sunset clause in that. It allows all working groups or user groups to continue to hunt, and then in 2028, when the sunset would happen, then we will have more data and we can go forward. Hopefully, the guide concession program is in place at that time. If it is not in place, I do like the fact that they have added that they would like to meet again, and they will have further data at that point if we do need to extend something like this past 2028. Let's see. And that essentially is what I came here to speak about. I can answer any questions. One other side note for a statewide thing, and again, this is a personal viewpoint. I believe that statewide, the penalty for shooting sublegal rams isn't high enough, and a lot of people are taking chances with the lack of total population out there. People are taking chances on these non-full curl rams that they think have 8 rings. And a lot of times they end up not being legal, or they're not the rams that you necessarily want to pull off the hill while they still have good breeding stock in them. I personally believe there should be a stiffer penalty for a sublegal ram, and or some sort of education that is done before you go sheep hunting. It takes a long time and many hours on the hill to really determine what you're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that testimony. Tony, any questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Tony, for testimony. So with your last comment there, I'm assuming you're supporting the proposal that would require an orientation class for all sheep hunters?
I believe it would be a good thing, yes.
So how would you think about you, with all these years' experience, having to take that class? No problem?
Yeah, I would be more than willing to do it.
Okay. And another question, you brought up that in your druthers, you'd like to see a 10-year-old sheep being the bottom line. How would you age that sheep on the hill?
Well, personally, I enjoy the way Canada manages their sheep, with their focus being on the age. I personally never shoot on rings. I do not there's too much room for error. It seems like every time I've brought a sheep in to get sealed, I have it at 9, Fish and Game has it at 8, I have it at 11, Fish and Game has it at 10. It always seems like there's a -1 in there, maybe even a -2, you know? So if you go and try to get 2 out of the 3 ways that it can be legal, both being broken or you know, full curl, you know, that definitely, it just takes, the worst thing you can do to a good hunt is have something not sub-legal go, you know.
So basically seeing a 10-year-old sheep is pretty impossible to tell on the hill by rings, which I agree. Okay, thank you.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. Thank you for that presentation. I'm just curious on possibly what types of data you would be looking for with the 2-year 80-20 split draw hunt.
Well, both with, we could get more, the ceiling data to see if we are getting an older age class back in. I also think with the draw, perhaps there won't be as much pressure to shoot those squeakers and people, because they're not worried about somebody else coming in and hunting on top of them. And they'll be a little bit more selective in leaving those young prime of life rams in. And then hopefully this trend of easy winners continues and we do have a better lamb crop and all of a sudden we see our population starting to rebound.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Tony? If not, I have a quick one. You see the way the law is written right now. Do you see a problem with a person being able to determine if a sheep is full curl on the mountain? I'm not saying like everybody, but I mean, do you see flaws in the way that that definition's written?
It's hard. It definitely, but I don't know if there's a way that you could make it absolute. I have sat for hours on a hillside looking at a ram and looking at different angles from above, from below, from side, when he turns his head, whatever it is. And I'm a big list guy. As you can see, I had my list on my phone. And I will be like, okay, from the top, he doesn't look legal. From the side, he looks legal, you know. And I try to be absolute on that. It is difficult a lot of times, and I do believe that some people may shoot sub-legal rams because they're looking at it from underneath, which makes them appear like they are longer than they actually are, or from behind where they makes them look bigger or older than they actually are. So yes, I do believe there is flaws in it, but I'm not sure that you could come up with a way that would be absolute. You know, it's a hard thing to judge when it's not a simple no-brainer 2 inches past full. You know, it's the whole, and the way that I personally have determined full curl and the way I've seen other people do it and still get their sheep sealed have been different. I always try to make sure it goes back to the very base of the horn, and I try not to factor out, or I try not to interpret where the hairline is to cover the base of that horn.
Do you ever have any hunters complain about their horns being plugged? I mean, they're like a destruction of the trophy value or anything?
Not personally, I haven't, no.
Cool, thanks. Any other questions from board members? If not, thank you for that testimony, Tony. Robin Masterman, up next.
Good morning. I'd first like to thank the chair and the board for allowing us the opportunity to give public testimony. My name is Robin Masterman, and I am here on behalf of the Yukon-Kuskokwim Health Corporation. I work on a grant called COMPASS, which stands for Community Partnerships for the Advancement of Science for Society, and I work with Brian Lefferts, the Director of Public Health, and Michelle Dewitt, the Executive Director of Bethel Community Services Foundation. COMPASS is a 10-year project aimed at introducing a structural intervention into the Delta to sustainably address food insecurity for the long term. On this grant, we partner with Bethel Community Services Foundation and THC UAF and NEMA Corporation, which is the tribal corporation who operates the reindeer farm out on Nunivak Island. As I'm sure many individuals here understand, many remote communities in the Delta face extreme challenges in ensuring food security for the residents, due in part to the high cost of healthy commercially bought food at the store when it is even stocked, and the additional high costs of subsistence equipment necessary to hunt and gather traditional healthy foods. However, at the same time, there is a wildly overabundant moose population on the lower Yukon that has already been showing signs of overpopulation. And when my team and I attended the Bethel Advisory Committee meeting back in December, we learned that the need to harvest in order to ensure that the population does not begin crashing is 5,000 moose per year, whereas the current harvest is just under 1,000. The current reported harvest is just under 1,000. So one way to connect these two populations is through the proxy tag system, which would require amending state statutes and recommendations, and regulations, amendments such as expanding proxy tag eligibility and allowing modest financial assistance be paid to those involved with filling, processing, and distributing the hunter-caught meat would help ensure that culturally relevant subsistence caught foods are more available to local residents in need through community organizations such as schools, tribes, shelters, and food banks. And it would also help ensure that local residents have access to traditional foods through local hunters who are able to help and community food distribution events. So as part of our grant, we send out food boxes to a few residents in the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta. I believe we're up to, somewhere in the realm of 60 to 70 households, and people in those households range from 1 to 15 people. And so I've personally interviewed some of these recipients, some of our food box recipients, and I personally spoke to 2 who have expressed extreme gratitude for the few traditional foods that we've been able to send them. We send out around 15 pounds of animal protein, just because that's usually been identified as the #1 need for families, and it's usually the most expensive when bought in stores. But like I said, when we've been able to send out those few traditional foods, like we've sent out salmon fillets, moose, and caribou, these people have expressed extreme gratitude. Even during the consenting process before the survey began, I would ask if they had any questions for me, and they would just talk about how grateful they are to have some sort of traditional food sent to them. And because for them, the only traditional food they get is what we send them. These few people that I spoke to, they mentioned that they can't hunt and gather for themselves or for their family because of health conditions that prevent their ability to participate in hunting and gathering, in addition to a few other circumstances. So it is our opinion that expanding qualifying criteria to allow those experiencing food insecurity and the aforementioned community organizations to qualify for or receive proxy tag allocations will provide a reliable source of protein to food insecure individuals and also support local cultural practices and traditions by providing traditionally relevant sources of protein. In addition, permitting community organizations to use employees to fill proxy tags and to compensate hunters for expenses incurred while hunting, such as gas, maintenance on equipment and whatnot, to fill proxy tags will further assist with food security.
Please finish up if you had any thoughts.
Thank you so much. My last thought is that proposals such as Proposal 123 would help facilitate connecting more hunters to people experiencing food insecurity in the region. Organizations like YKHC, BCSF, and many local tribes have funding to support families in need and would be more than happy to provide funding to hunters so they can afford to fill these proxy tags to benefit these food insecure populations, but existing regulations prohibit that. So if this proposal passed, more hunters would be able to fill tags for the people in need who just want to put food on the table for their family. Thank you so much.
Robin, that was excellent testimony. You did fantastic. Any questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you. Thank you, Robin, for your testimony. Right now, proxy hunting is available for those that qualify for moose. And are most of the folks that you interviewed or your group interviewed or that you've talked to, are they taking advantage of the current proxy regulations right now? Or what kind of information did you get on that?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So the survey that we administered to our food box recipients, that was just an evaluation of the food box, like how it's been benefiting them or how it can be improved. But despite only asking questions about the efficacy of the food boxes, a lot of people had added in on their own volition of like how grateful they were for the traditional foods. So we're not sure how many people, if any, are taking advantage of the proxy tag system already.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Can I follow up real quick?
Sure.
And I know that there is a reduction of for opportunity for salmon on the river, for king salmon especially. But has your folks in your area received any of the salmon boxes from other places in the state? I know a whole lot of them are being shipped to a bunch of different villages. And if they have, can you tell me about the quality of those fish and what they're doing with them?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So we're not entirely sure if our participants, food box participants, are receiving fish boxes from other places. The fish that we sent out, that came from Seashare, I believe, which is donated by Catch. But as far as quality, I can say that anecdotally we have an elders advisory committee, and we actually had a meeting yesterday and the day before, and the issue of quality was brought up at that meeting. And one of our elders, he mentioned that, like with salmon and other kinds of food that are sent as food assistance, it's not always in the best quality. Like you can't ensure the quality, especially when you want to do things like drying it or preparing it in different kinds of traditional ways. Thank you.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Robin, great job. It was awesome. Really neat what's going on. I have just a couple questions. How's your snow load this year? I mean, are people able to move around on snow machines and things like that, or is it all bare ground?
Thank you for that question. In Bethel, it's been, it's actually my first year there, so I can't really compare it to previous years, but I can say that we didn't get consistently cold weather until probably well into January, so I know that kind of limited people's ability to subsist. I would say that right now we have pretty good snow cover. I know that quite a few people, including myself including, have been able to get out by snow machine.
Great. Follow-up, Mr. Chairman? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Robin, I'm just curious, you know, in working with the Yukon-Kuskokwim Health Corporation, have you guys discussed the intensive management work for the Mulchatna caribou herd? And do you have any insight from where the corporation comes from, or, you know, how they're seeing that and viewing it?
Thank you for that question. Unfortunately, I do not. My group, we haven't discussed at all the Mulchatna caribou herd. We've mostly been focusing on the moose population on the lower Yukon just because it's well overpopulated. Thank you.
Member Brett.
Yeah, again, thank you, Robin. That was really good. Really good thinking, too. I mean, thinking how to use a resource, how to get it in people's hands. There's several hurdles that have to be accomplished to do something like that. I'm also curious, though, I kind of look at things three ways all the time. Have you guys thought about what pitfalls may happen if, you know, the rosy world, we were able to do something and remunerate, you know, some proxy hunters for their effort and gas? And do you see any negativity that could happen as a result of that?
I'm relatively new to the space, but from what I've seen and what I've heard, I know that there could be some issues. Like I know that in previous meetings with some folks around Bethel, people have mentioned about, like, for example, people using their own personal equipment and just kind of like driving recklessly and then causing damage to their machines that would then be covered by organizations that they work for. So issues like that can arise. But for any kind of further issues, I would probably need to ask Brian Lefferts and Michelle DeWitt on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Member Batesville.
Yeah, thank you again for your presentation on that. So last year, how many moose through a proxy system were you guys able to utilize and disperse out there?
So the organization that I work for, YKHC, we don't, at least for our grant, we don't directly accept any kind of moose donations. So our food boxes run through Bethel Community Services Foundation. And I don't know, I've been working on this project for a little bit less than a year, so I'm sorry if I can't really answer any of these questions very fully, but I know that Bethel Community Services Foundation, they get, I believe that they said they get maybe like 1 or 2 moose donated per year, but that also, because Bethel Community Services Foundation, they run the food bank, I know that some of that moose also goes to the food bank as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, Robin, thanks a whole bunch. Thanks for traveling all this way and getting us up to date on what you're doing. That's I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you so much for the time. I appreciate it.
Next up is Herb Mansavage. It's kind of cool saying that name.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board, department staff. That's, for the record, my name is Herb Mansavage, and I'll be giving my personal testimony, which just disappeared. Just one second. Okay. Today, I'm going to be speaking on Proposal 94 and 99. Proposal 94, I authored. I was going to put in a RC for this, but I chose not to. I did speak with the department on this. They're obviously opposed to this, but a little history on why I developed this proposal. A lot of it came from our sheep situation right now in the state and the numbers. Sublegal take is obviously a pretty serious issue. I think we can all agree that judging a legal ram is a difficult task, and I really do believe the best method for this is essentially making the hunter put in a little bit more effort. And that, looking at it, I've looked at the age perspective. I don't think there's a way around the age perspective. But one way we can do that is by kind of adding a geometric perspective on that. I took a little bit of this from the British Columbia method of judging legal sheep, although with the British Columbia method it uses the bridge of the nose. So not using the bridge of the nose, but by using the method of that horn looks accentuated. As from above, it looks less than. So from the side and at a right angle, that is essentially completing the stick test in the field. As I wrote in my proposal, the tube test, in my opinion, is not an effective method for judging a ram and sealing a ram specifically. Obviously, I don't think people are carrying paper tubes out to the field. But with that said, the tube test really allows for a marginal ram to be sealed as legal. And as the department stated in their opinion with this proposal, they want to give the hunter more reasons that this ram should be legal. I reject that, especially in a time with low sheep numbers. I don't think we should be giving hunters the benefit of the doubt when it comes into the sealing office. It is difficult, but right now we have three methods. We have age, we have broomed, we have full curl. That is a lot that's given to the hunter and is pretty optimistic when it comes to judging whether that's a legal ram or not. I think in the last years, there's been more discussion from hunters and the judging by age. And it's a difficult task, as somebody just recently was saying. I mean, a lot of times the department, and I trust their judgment. I think they do understand how to judge rams by age. But for those that don't understand the tube test, it's basically, it's open for abuse, in my opinion, and that's because there's no scientific method for doing it. It's holding a tube up and looking at it and trying to create that 360-degree angle. It'd be a different story if there was, you know, I don't want to say technology, but an apparatus to effectively hold it at a certain angle to create that. And part of the RC that I don't want to say I wish I would have done, but that should be considered from the board is there is something they use in the sealing process that isn't described in how to judge or how to judge a legal ram. And that is with a full curl, if it completes 360 degrees, that's considered full curl. Well, the way they do that is by the use of a protractor, well, two protractors. And that is taken from a ½ inch below the tip at a perpendicular line. What that does is a protractor set there and then set at the base. And if that achieves 360 degrees or better, that is considered a legal ram. Fully in support of that. That is a true full curl, full 360 degrees. But with the method I'm asking for in my proposal is essentially just asking that the hunter get at a elevation that is to the sheep. I don't want to say it's laziness. There are certain times where it could be very difficult to maybe gain another 200 feet to get that. But if you're not sure of that ram being 100% full curl, maybe you shouldn't be shooting it with that 200 feet, 300 feet, sometimes it's 1,000 feet. That is a lot of angle that is changing and making that hope that he does achieve 360 degrees. So from my perspective, it's not limiting the hunter, it's just asking for a much more scientific view while in the field. Lastly is Proposal 99. I'm super in support of this proposal as I'm adamantly opposed to the original Proposal 207, and that is strictly on the basis that laws were already in place to not allow hazing or harassment of the animal. But with that said, there has been hunter affirmation that there are people that like this. So I think this is a great compromise. I think this allows hunters that aren't able to get out in the field on the 10th, but if they are able to get out on the 10th, they have that opportunity again to at least go scout for sheep. Scouting for sheep is just like scouting for any other animal with an airplane. There doesn't need to be hazing, there doesn't need to be harassment, but anybody that is looked at in scouting for sheep after the 10th would be considered illegal in the way it's written as now. That concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thanks for that testimony. Herb, any questions from board members? Member Bachtel.
Yeah, Herb, thank you very much for that. Just because I'm not familiar with it, what is the British Columbia method of measuring? You mentioned the bridge of the nose.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Bachel. It's based on right angle on a plain ear perspective, so being at the exact right angle of the nose. They actually use a term that I didn't put in my proposal. It was very techie, but I think it had to do with the dorsal. So as the nose comes down, essentially any point in which that tip reaches the dorsal is considered legal. So the bridge of the nose is the more layman term for that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Herb. Thank you for serving on the AAC for all the time you have also. I'm just curious, I don't see exactly what you're gaining with, using right angles. All this language we produce for legal sheep is used when the sheep is getting sealed. I mean, hunters obviously learn it and try to apply it in the field. But, to tell me that I got to get up level with a sheep to judge it, that may or may not happen if I'm out there hunting. I can tell it's full curl from some other position, and we have a shot, we'd use it. So, in my mind, it boils down to when you walk in the office with your set of sheep horns, and they do a lot of looking, and anything that's really marginal, they grab a few other guys, but, they're using those regulations, and they're looking from a right angle also. So I'm just trying to see what advantage it would be to changing our language that would help improve determining full curl in the office.
Yeah, thanks, Al. So I understand your question, and it's essentially just asking for a little more hunter effort in the field, and that would be, essentially alleviating that. In most cases, we're not talking about the top-down perspective. We're looking at the bottom-up perspective, and that's especially speaking to younger or newer sheep hunters. That's something that, they're like, man, he looked really good. He looked really good. And then when they got a different view, or if they moved, they had to relocate, and then they got level with it, they're sitting there for several hours going, man, that's close. And, that's what I'm really trying to achieve with this, is the man, it's close type of situations. Because if they're sitting and looking at read the regulation book, and they see this right angle has to be on plane with this animal, they're not going to take, I would hope they're not going to take that shot from that bottom angle. I mean, a more experienced sheep hunter may see that there's an inch and a half or more on that corn tip, and they understand that deviation. But for those that don't understand that deviation, that would require them, well, are we at level? No, we're about 200 feet below them, and so that would just be achieving that, and it would just, maybe they're still going to harvest that ram. I hope they do, right? But I hope they don't if they get up and they're spending that extra 20, 30, sometimes several hours going, boy, he's close. Those are the ones we walk away from.
Thanks, that makes it a little clearer for me. Thanks, Herb.
Yep, think so.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Herb, thanks for your testimony. Sounds like you spent a lot of sleepless nights thinking about sheep and sheep regulations. And can we go back to 207, the original proposal on the spotting sheep? And I was actually part of that, along with probably several other people in this group, that first sheep working group where that eventually came out of, which, by the way, had no consensus on anything. And as I recall, the Brinkman study was brought up in that proposal, or in that group, and it was mostly a social issue with conflicts between airplanes and hunters. And what would you think? This proposal 99 talks about having a break on starting from August 21st to allow aircraft to be used for spotting sheep. And my understanding was that most of the sheep hunters are out of the field, and the big, large majority of the sheep killed have already happened. And so, do you think that the social issue would still be present that last 15 days of the hunting season if we allowed spotting with 1,500 feet away from the sheep? Tell me your thoughts about that.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. So first off, bad apples are going to be bad apples. I really hate that this flying thing has turned into a guide versus resident type of situation. I think we've all kind of heard that narrative. But with that said, I don't think it would, and for two reasons. Number one, like you stated, I think a large majority of the sheep hunters are out of the field, and for at least the guys I grew up around sheep hunting, a lot of them didn't even like going out in the opener for the sense, just forget airplanes in general, just due to crowding. And so I think you're not going to run into that just to the amount of people doing it at that time. And that's what really was more of the heartburn of 207, was that it's not so much for a couple days after the 10th to get up and move or something like that. It was, I mean, we're very fortunate to have a long season for sheep in the state of Alaska. And so to not be able to, well, I shouldn't state that. I mean, to have that worry that, you know, you could be prosecuted for going out and just relocating essentially and just determining if those are lambs or rams, you know, that's the issue at hand, is that people are scared to death to just even 1,500 feet, try 5,000 feet, you know, because it's just some of these drainages, there might be one person in it, but if they see a cub flying, it's just boom, hyper focus. What is he doing? You know, and I remember before, there's plenty of situations where just bad apples are doing things that were already illegal, you know, and I think right now with technology from, what was that, 2014 or 2015, I mean, in 10 years, there's a lot, and more people are very tuned to this, and I think there'd be, if it was any sort of hazing or harassment of the sheep, it would be documented, you know. I mean, I've already in the last couple of years been seeing evidence of this, and so I just think it's a very great compromise at the moment, and you know, if especially around the 10th, sure, fine, but there's a lot of people that want to get out in that state, and especially when you start getting over the 1st of September, the weather really determines when you can go and when you can't, and so if you have a small opportunity to get out, a lot of these places that guys are hunting, you could hike in, but you'd be talking 30, 40 miles. I mean, to a lot of people, that's not an approachable situation. So I guess to answer your question, I would not see a serious issue after that 21st time.
Any other questions from board members? If not, Herb, thank you very much for that testimony.
Yep, thank you.
We'll call Marshall Hill.
Good afternoon. My name's Marshall Hill. I'll be providing this for myself. Let me get my notes here. Yeah, Robin, I think you made us guys look like a bunch of Neanderthals, so I had to look up how to spell that first, so it was fantastic. But I grew up in Wyoming, backcountry elk hunting and deer hunting, hunting everything I could. And finally I got some orders up here to Alaska, and it was pretty awesome when I found that out. And I've learned one thing, is that Alaska is better than Wyoming, but not by much, I'll say that. So I'm on shore duty here, and I now have my weekends back. I've been enjoying it. Long story short, I drew a bison tag, and I'm going to be talking about 188 and 189 proposals. I'm not going to say how long I was here, or else I'm going to get shivved in the back as I walk outside of how quick I drew a buffalo tag. And sorry, again, that's Wyoming. We call them buffalo, not bison. I'm trying to get used to it and educate myself here. So first of all, let's get the numbers out of the way. Just over 33,000 applications were submitted for DI 403 in 2023 draw year. 404 was not available in 2023. Just over 41,000 applications were submitted for DI 404 and 403 in 2024, with 135 permits available. Those increased permits due to herd size. Just over 35,000 applications were submitted this year in DI 403, with 404 no longer available due to the reduced herd size from last year's ice incident. And only 30 permits were available this past year. 30 permits is more than half the number of permits that is usually available for the Delta Bison draw. Even less of a chance to draw in 2025, hunters still submitted 2,000 more applications to draw in 2025 than draw year 2023, meaning if available permits for draw and reduced by the number of those hunters whose bison tags were rescinded this past year, it is likely not to affect the number of applications that would be received. The state's revenue from the Delta Bison applications should see little, if any, impact if this proposal is passed. Talking with the Delta Field Office, the herd is doing very well this winter with little snow cover and is expected to rebound. This year's hunters who still have their tags have until the end of March to harvest their bison, but as of 06 March, only half of this year's permits have been filled successfully. This alludes to an additional amount of bison permits that were likely available to follow-on years and would reduce the possible impact of 2024 bison hunters participating in the near future. Please, before you make this decision on these two proposals, talk to the Delta biologists specifically about the cow tags. I've spoken with them about those cow tags possibly being turned into bull tags, or just those cow tags being completely taken away. They see little impact for these 2024 rescinded tags being issued in a follow-on year. Just after moving to Alaska, I drew this tag as a non-resident, meaning that this was once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me and my family. We were purchasing gear, taking leave from work, and scheduling our entire fall around this hunt. I imagine others were doing the same, if not spending even more money on airplane tickets, boats, etc. And the unlucky Delta bison hunters were given the bad news just 2 months prior to the commencement of the hunt. Many will think the precedent of reissuing these bison tags is dangerous and will bleed into other species' unforeseen issues that may arise. My points to this comment would be the most dangerous precedent that could be established by the state of Alaska is that the state of Alaska honors draws made every single spring. I've been talking to a coworker who drew this tag just a few years ago, and that year a large amount of bison died. And I believe due to winter kill and food availability, the number of bison tags were reduced to half, but the hunters were still allowed to hunt in their groups with the restriction that only half the number of bison tags could be harvested during that group's 2 weeks time frame. Meaning all those hunters were still given an opportunity to punch their tag. If 188 or 189 is approved, with the solution being allowing us to apply during draws in the future instead of allowing us to hunt during a follow-on year in the near future, you might as well not even approve either of these proposals. The chances of drawing this tag is less than 1%. The chances of drawing this tag twice in a lifetime is next to impossible. We drew this tag, we were given a hunt group, we were given a hunt date, and we're told 2 months prior that we were no longer going to be hunting. I understand and support the importance of conservation completely. But fellow hunters,
Thanks for stopping. Go ahead and finish up your, train
one
of
more
thought.
sentence here, yep. But fellow hunters nor myself have done anything illegal to have this right to hunt the Delta bison taken away. Thank you for your considerations.
Thank you for that testimony. It was very concise and to the point. Any questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what would be your solution then? I agree 100% that chances of getting drawn in the general pool, because I know I've waited 45 years and been drawn, are next to impossible regardless. So if we were to give those people that had their tags rescinded an opportunity to hunt again, how would you divvy those up? I mean, would you take away the opportunity from everybody in that general pool in 1 year, or would you break it down maybe in 3 years and give 1/3, 1/3, 1/3? How would you make that work?
Yes, sir. And I'm not going to throw anyone under the bus, but I've talked to biologists up in Delta and brought this same thing up. What I was told by them is that they wouldn't have to break us up because there would be plenty of tags to go around within a 1 year period. My recommendation personally would be to break us up over like a 2 or 3 year period so that the state of Alaska would not see that decrease in applications for that Delta bison tag. You know, I understand that money's like a big thing here, and this may not be the specific issue that you guys, you know, are hammering on for 188 and 189. But personally, I would say over 2 or 3 years to have as little impact as possible on those general draws. For everyone else who's still trying to get that tag 45 years later, y'all definitely deserve it. But also, those of us who drew the tag also deserve it.
Just a quick follow-up. So if we were to take all those folks that had their tags rescinded, put them in a bucket and have a lottery, say over a 3 year period, and take 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, you think that would work out? I think if somebody ended up being the third person, but he was guaranteed his tag back 3 years later, that they would probably be okay with that?
Sir, personally, I would go with how we are distributed, our hunt groups, which is the order that which you were drawn. So I would follow that same precedent and stick to it over how many ever years were decided to do the bison hunt.
Okay, but so if that person ended up being the third year, if that was you, you'd be okay with that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I've dreamed about this since I was a little kid, hunting with a flintlock muzzleloader. A bison is at the top of my list.
You called them bison too.
I did. You guys are getting me.
Remember Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Marshall. I was just curious on, when you were filling out your application and reading that newspaper, one, did you notice and read the disclaimer that Fish and Game has on there? And two, what does that mean to you?
Yes, sir. I did read the disclaimer. I will go back and reference what happened a couple years ago whenever they decided to stack up those hunters and only allot half those bison to be harvested. Are you familiar with what happened that year, sir? Okay. I would say that is the most proper way to handle that disclaimer. So you still get an opportunity to fill that tag. I was not given the opportunity for the tag I was drawing. All those people that year were.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thank you very much for that testimony, and we'll break for lunch. We'll get back here at 1:45. Sounds right. Sounds about right. We'll start off with Matt Critchoff. Back in session here, we got 6 board members present, but I'll just step right outside just for a second. So we'll start off with back into public testimony, and we'll go with Matt Cheerkoff. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Do I have to hold it while I talk? Okay. My name is Matt Kirchhoff. I'm here representing the Alaska chapter of the Wildlife Society. It's a professional society of wildlife biologists in the state. I'm testifying on Proposal 101, which proposes to add Dall sheep as an IM, or intensive management species in Alaska. The proposal was submitted by the Department of Fish and Game, but their position on it is neutral. Our comments are in a written letter that you should have in your files. I won't go into all the details. It's in the written testimony. I'll just highlight some of the key points in the oral presentation. Our position isn't a lot different than the department's in terms of some of the particulars. We do recommend against adopting this regulation, or adopting this proposal. There are 3 reasons. Intensive management is intended for species that are important or have high levels of human consumptive use. For the last 30 years, that's been deer, moose, and caribou. Those species collectively represent about 91% of the game meat that's taken in Alaska. Dall sheep, by comparison, are 1%. So arguably, it does not qualify as a species that's important for high human consumptive use. It is a very important species for trophies, and it is managed first and foremost as a trophy hunt, and secondly as a meat species. The second reason is that sheep are a little different than moose, caribou, and deer in that predation doesn't seem to be as much of a factor limiting those populations. Most of the reports that the Department of Fish and Game has published on sheep populations that are depressed or declining point to severe winter weather as the primary factor limiting sheep numbers. Predators are certainly there. They're certainly taking some animals. Coyotes and golden eagles are the primary predators on lambs. But regardless of how many animals you've got going into the winter, if you've got icing events, which are increasingly common in sheep range, you're having pretty significant die-offs, and most of the populations that they're monitoring are concerned about that winter weather. And the last reason is that designating sheep as an intensive management species really sets the wheels in motion for doing a whole lot of things that you may not want to have to do. You can intensively manage or actively manage any sheep population that you want with the whole suite of techniques, from diversionary feeding to habitat enhancement, possibly to liberalizing seasons and methods for taking predators, to actively managing predators by the department staff. All of that can be done. But as the population objectives shift, or as the management objectives shift, or as the situation changes, you've got the ability as the board to change. But once it's an intensive management species, I don't see it ever going backwards. I don't see it ever becoming anything other than a species that's managed primarily for meat instead of trophies. So for those 3 reasons, we think that it's probably not a good idea to identify it as an intensive management species at this time. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Matt, thank you very much for your testimony. I have a couple of questions. I'm not really familiar with the Wildlife Society. You said it's a group of biologists. How often do you guys meet? Do you talk about like a whole bunch of different proposals pertaining to fish and game? Is it just in this realm? Just talk a little bit about that organization.
Okay, sure. It's the Professional Society of Wildlife Biologists. It's a national organization. We have an Alaska chapter that's made up of wildlife biologists employed primarily by federal and state agencies, local municipalities, native corporations, nonprofits, private companies. So any wildlife biologist employed in the state can become a member. of the Wildlife Society. We have a Conservation Affairs Committee that periodically takes on issues of importance to wildlife and develops position statements or comment letters like we did in this case. And those are reviewed by the committee and then go to the executive board for approval and final submission. We have 200 members in the Alaska chapter. It's one of the largest chapters in the country.
Thanks for that. Member Wood.
Thank you. I want to focus for a second on the regulation governing what criteria this board's got to follow in coming to such a designation. And there are 4 different items. I've not been on the board long enough to know whether you have to have the presence of all 4 or some combination thereof, such as what we had to do at the Board of Fish when you're dealing with allocation. You had 7 criteria, but you didn't have to address each and every one. But number C, or letter C, says utilization for meat, a population that is used primarily for food. What is your opinion on whether sheep fit within that definition?
They clearly don't.
Thank you.
You look at the regulations, they're managed primarily for trophy rams, full curl rams.
Thank you. Other board members' questions? Member Loring.
Thank you. I thank you for your testimony. Doesn't the Wildlife Society also produce a peer-reviewed journal with scientific papers also?
Yes, they do. There's the Wildlife Society Bulletin, and there's the Journal of Wildlife Management. Yeah.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. There's a lot of good information there. I'm curious on, has the Wildlife Society, either through peer review or as a group as a whole, formed an opinion on full curl management?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Commissioner.
So, Matt, I understand you don't want to add sheep to the intensive management list, but do you think there is a time for some sheep populations, given their depressed status, that there might be a need to do some kind of predation control effort to rebuild those populations?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, thank you very much for your testimony. And I'll call Nicole Schmidt.
Hello, thank you. My name is Nicole Schmidt. I'm testifying today on behalf of the Anchorage Advisory Committee. And I thought I would start with a description about our committee for those who haven't had a chance to join. There's 15 members with 2 alternates. It's a pretty diverse group. We meet monthly in the fall to spring seasons. There are game and fish subcommittees. So the game subcommittee meets to discuss all of the proposals, and if there's a disagreement within the subcommittee, if it's not unanimous, it automatically goes to the full committee for deliberation and a vote. If the decision is unanimous within that game subcommittee, we have a motion to carry those votes, but a member can bring up any proposal at the AC meeting. So as you look through the minutes, you might see some varying vote counts, and that might be attributed to that subcommittee vote versus a full vote. So I just wanted to lay that out there. In conversation with committee members, I thought I'd spend time on the proposals that had the most discussion and or split votes. So I'll just jump right in numeric order. Our comments are the first under the advisory committee RC, essentially. And so to start, Proposal 97, to lengthen the time period that hunters are restricted from using aircraft for hunting sheep. This had some debate. Ultimately, the advisory committee opposed this proposal. We have our notes written in those minutes, but a lot of that hinged under opposition because they felt it was difficult to enforce. Then moving into the sheep proposals, which there are many, and the advisory committee took each proposal individually. So there are some, you might see that there are some proposals that are approved of or opposed that might be in conflict with each other because it was taken one at a time, not under the assumption that one would pass before the other. But there were some themes that were pulled out from the AC that I thought could best describe that as you read the comments on the proposals themselves. Overall, the committee is collectively very concerned about the decline of sheep. We disagree at times as to what the best step forward is, but there is that unifying concern. There's also a desire to seek a statewide solution or framework, particularly for hunt structures, rather than doing it piecemeal. And as you'll see in our comments, the AC reached some general consensus around when sheep populations are diminished, that we'd seek to have those limits on hunters go in the following order. The first would be to limit non-resident hunters. Second tier would be to close non-resident hunters. Third, to limit resident hunters. And at the last ditch effort, to restrict resident hunting. So the AC would prefer that those closures happen in a tiered order where non-residents are closed before residents. And so with 19C particularly, the committee as a whole would like to open 19C. We'd love to see that have hunters in the field, but there's a lot of concerns about crowding. If one area is closed and just funneling everyone into those parts of those subunit, that could lead to a lot of crowding, and a pretty broad concern, a conservation concern about turning that faucet on and off with a lot of hunting pressure and less wanting to make sure that the hunting can continue sustainably. We had a lot of discussion about the proposals that we're asking to limit the non-resident permits to have one ram every 4 years. Overall, this was not very well received by the advisory committee because of the belief that non-residents are usually coming up once to hunt sheep, and so limiting that to one every 4 years would not get to the conservation goals of those proposals. There's also interest in modifying or kind of figuring out how to close the second degree of kindred loophole. And then there were proposals about archery, limiting harvest through archery hunts. And overall, these didn't pass many of our, with our AC, mostly because they felt like it was too restrictive to the whole group. And could favor guides versus residents if it was archery only. Moving on to Proposal 110, that's to change the bag limit in Unit 19C for resident hunters to one ram with full curl or larger. Yeah, overall, this was this is probably our closest vote. It was opposed by a margin of 4 to 6. And I think the turning point for that, the support is written in our comments, but ultimately there was concern that it would limit the number of people in Unit 19C, but would not limit the number of doll sheep that would be taken. And so that proposal narrowly failed. We also had a bit of a discussion on Proposal 111, which really opens up the topic of full curl. This is to set the bag sheep limit for 19C resident hunters based on the age of the ram. And ultimately, the advisory committee, while there's discussion that full curl management is not the end-all be-all, the AC was hesitant to move away from full curl management as a whole. Finally, for sheep, the advisory committee supported both the 19C working group's proposal number 190 and the ACR 192. There was a representative from Anchorage AC on that working group committee, and the AC supported the conclusions of that group, or the proposal from that group. Moving away from sheep, there was some discussion, but ultimately the advisory committee opposed Proposal 122 to allow proxy hunting for plains bison statewide. There was support for Proposal 124 to define the term permanent dwelling and permanent docile for the purpose of bear baiting. There was some comment on that about people wanted to throw out definitions. That's going to be a tricky one, but we do support regulatory clarity in that effort, and also seek to have bear baiting be set back from places that people are actively using. So trust the board's deliberation on that. Proposals 126 through 128 regarding night vision and forward-looking infrared devices, those were unanimously opposed. Proposal 129 to establish a minimum standard of centerfire rifle cartridges was supported after a lot of discussion, recognizing that there are many variables to having a clean kill, but there was support for establishing that minimum. There was also some discussion about Proposal 131 to require identification tags to be attached to traps and snares. Overall, the committee supported that with a vote of 9-1, but there was concern about sharing trappers' personal data, and so a lot of AC members' support on that was based under the assumption that that could be anonymous through a registration code, not necessarily their name on the trap. For proposals 145 through 148, kind of regarding what we thought of as like the exotic species, those were all unanimously opposed. And then all of the antlerless moose season proposals were passed. There was some debate on proposal 153, but it ultimately passed the advisory committee pretty swiftly. And I think those are all of the highlighted ones from the committee. I'm happy to try and take questions as best I can with the notes that I have from the group. Thank you.
Nicole, thank you very much for that testimony, and thanks for your service on the AC. Do we have any questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Nicole. That was really good, and it seemed like in your AC minutes, you're a pretty consistent board with each other, or a committee, that you were pretty unified in most of your votes. I did see a couple. One that you were unified on, but I need a little clarification, was 126 on night vision and thermals. And one of the reasons it was opposed was because of fair chase. Mm-hmm. And then either was in that same section or the next proposal, it was also failed, but they said we consider limiting it to certain species. So are certain species involved in fair chase and others aren't?
That's a good question. I'll try to answer on behalf of the committee as best I can remember. A lot of the discussion, again, from my memory, came from previous Board of Game meetings where these devices were restricted over concern that trappers could take deer, I think this is mostly in Southeast, with having the benefit of the infrared glasses. And so I think that comment is not so much that certain species are or are not fair chase, but limiting the take of species to fur bearers as opposed to make sure that deer or other game species would not be taken at that same time, per my memory.
And I just had one other one that I thought was kind of unique, and it was a split vote. I think it was proposal 150. It was the reauthorization for grizzly bear fees. And maybe you can explain that a little bit more.
Yeah, this proposal and 151 are fairly similar. Overall, these pass the AC really quite easily. There are some members of the AC who are just generally concerned about brown bear hunting, and I think see the tag fee exemptions as a small step in liberalizing the hunting. But overall, there's not much. There wasn't a lot of time spent on it.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. Thank you for serving on the AC.
Thank you.
Member Wood.
Yeah. The way I'd read the proposals dealing with the night vision thing, they were all restricted to fur bearers. Is that the understanding that the AC had when they voted?
Thank you. My recollection is that the concern was that there would be it would be hard to enforce it so that there's not take of other species, and so I think that was the that was the basis of concern, I would say.
Okay, because they had the ability to sight in at nighttime, they may go beyond fur bearers. That's the concern?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner.
Yeah, earlier in your comments, you said the loophole on second degree of kinship. So I was just trying to figure out what you meant by that, because second degree of kinship is a regulation that allows her. So do you see a loophole there, or?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I was really hoping that we have a lot of avid sheep hunters on the AC, so I was hoping that they would be around this weekend. But actually, let me pull up the notes specific to this comment. Excuse me. Okay, so this conversation came up in discussion of Proposal 103, which was to reopen 19C to sheep hunting. The comments addressed here come in the middle of that comment that from the meeting minutes, the board needs to address the second degree of kindred issue so that all permits to hunt Dall sheep in a particular area don't go to non-resident hunters who will be guided by their, quote, second degree of kindred. So I think it's a concern that the second degree of kindred could allow for more, a way for residents to get more access to those hunts.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Nicole, for your testimony. Did you talk about the TNR with those cats, take, neuter, and release?
Thank you.
I don't have the proposal number for me, but it's somewhat of a kind of proposal.
Yeah, I was not physically at that meeting where it was discussed, so I can't speak to it more than the notes, but except that it was unanimously opposed, and that seems to have gone probably by the full committee. So I apologize to not have any more details on that. It didn't rise up as something that we discussed quite deeply.
And then on the trap ID proposal, the trap ID is asking for statewide traps and snares. Was there discussion about kind of carving out those areas in the state that have the more numbers of conflicts with recreational users and their pets versus going statewide? Could you talk about that a little bit?
Thank you. That's a good question. From my memory, it wasn't, that delineation wasn't very clearly discussed. I think that, there was a discussion about the cost to trappers to mark their traps. The way that the committee was reading it was that each individual trap would not need to be registered or identified, that there would be, one number for that trapper. That number would stay the same. And so the cost of the tags, assuming that that is consistent and that their identities could be protected, I think people found that that was acceptable on a statewide level, but we didn't discuss it regionally.
Okay, but as far as the problem identified, because the proposer's on your AC, and what he identified, the problem might not necessarily happen, say, in Yukon Flats or in the Bethel area, or out in the wilds of Alaska, as most of it is, more so where there's a larger population base. And so I just wonder if you talked about maybe applying this system to that acute problem area.
Yeah, thank you. And I should say also, because it was written in the proposal, there was a long discussion about when members submit proposals, if they reference the AC, to make sure that the AC has seen them before. So the AC had not seen that proposal until it was published in the book. And so, I can certainly pass that along as our, but my recollection is that it was discussed only in a statewide context. Yeah.
I got two more quick ones. So on the night vision and infrared, forward-looking infrared, did any of the members of the AC that talked about have any specific species they wanted to utilize this technology on? I mean, did they want to use it for, calling coyotes and wolves and maybe lynx and fox, or were they looking to go after marten and muskrat and all the rest of the fur bearers? I mean, what was the discussions about what kind of species they're actually, targeting with this type of technology?
The conversation was fairly limited. I mean, it was unanimously opposed by the AC, so I don't think that any of the AC members were looking to utilize this. We might have one active trapper on the AC right now, so it is limited to we are a bit limited there. And I think that, again, my recollection is that when this had come up before the board in, I believe, 2017, some of the comments were around concern that deer would be taken. So I think that's the species that was most focused.
Okay, one more comment on my part. I appreciate you guys looking at each one of the sheep proposals individually, instead of taking one and say, we support this and take no action on all the rest of them. So I appreciate, you guys taking the time to deliberate on each proposal and each one of the issues that proposal brought up. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I'll pass that along because they went long, so yeah.
Any other questions from board members? Member Batesville.
Yeah, thank you for that, bringing up this and your being on the AC. For proposal 129, establish a minimum standard of centerfire rifle cartridges for taking big game. You supported that 8-2. Was the AC advocating for 223 being the minimum standard in your discussions?
Again, from my recollection, I actually double-checked this to make sure because most of the comments discuss the opposition, the reasons for opposition and not support. So I double-checked to make sure that that vote count was correct. And I recall that that was actually a point in opposition, but I can certainly look through and ask see if there's any more details on that, on those comments.
Okay. Yeah, I was confused in reading that because the proposal is actually for .25 caliber or greater. And that's what it appears that you were supporting. And I was just wondering if 223 is what was actually being discussed. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any other questions from board members? If not, Nicole, thank you very much for your testimony. Thanks for your service on the AC.
Thank you.
And we'll call up Brian Person.
Good afternoon. Thanks for all your hard work. And my name is Brian Pearson. I'm a wildlife biologist with the North Slope Borough Department of Wildlife Management, and I'm talking on their behalf this afternoon. So in short, the Department of Wildlife Management opposes Proposal 86, which would require mandatory harvest reporting for sea ducks. The vast majority of our harvest of sea ducks occurs during the subsistence season. So and we'd also encourage the board, if you do pass something like this, that prior to that, you may want to talk to the Alaska Migratory Bird Co-Management Council to get their input on that. We also we support Proposal 151, the reauthorization of resident tag fee exemptions for brown bears in units 18, 22, 23, and 26A. We think this alleviates a financial burden on the hunters in our regions. And then finally, Proposal 165, we supported this proposal, and we also support the North Slope Advisory Committee's recommendation to amend the proposal to extend the season from September 14th to September 30th. The rationale for this is a lot of the hunters and fishers are staying at their cabins later in the fall because freeze up doesn't occur, assuming water levels and all that. But and we know of at least 2 instances where people were at their cabin and it was about 2 days later they saw a moose, but it was after the season, so they couldn't take that moose. So and that's all I have to say. And I'd like to field any questions you may have. And
Right. Oh, go ahead.
Thanks. Oh, and I took my Vikings hat off in respect to the commissioner.
Hey, thanks so much for that testimony, Brian. Any questions from board members?
Well, that helped give the
Brett.
testimony more credibility.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Brian. What it was the North Slope that made recommendation. What was the group for the extending the cow season?
The North Slope Advisory Committee?
North Slope
Yes,
Advisory
and-
Committee.
And there should be written comments. Yeah. Yeah, the chair wasn't able to make it down for this trip.
Any other questions from board members? If not, Brian, thank you so much for that testimony.
Thanks.
And we'll call up Jason Lesmeister. And this is your AC testimony, is that right, Jason?
Yeah, I'll do AC, then I'll do mine right after real quick.
Roger.
So I'm Jason Lesmeister. I'm here on behalf of the Cooper Landing AC. We're not going to run through everything. We just figured I'd talk about a couple things that are near and dear to us. So that would be proposal 91 and 92 are both hunter education and orientation. One is for mountain goats, the other one's for Dall sheep. We believe it's important to have more education on both species to help harvest legal and mature animals. So we're in support of these two propositions. We're also in support of 124 and 125 as far as changing the terms of dwelling to domicile and define developed recreational facilities for bear baiting. We supported these proposals. None of us are lawyers, so we weren't sure if these definitions are worded properly for Fish and Game and the board. We support these proposals because we believe there's a need for a more permanent definition of a dwelling or a domicile is, hopefully alleviating some of the rougher, tar paper shacks, old trailers, outhouses, lean-tos, that kind of stuff. So we're looking for a more permanent definition of what a dwelling or domicile is, as well as a recreational facility. We don't believe it's fair to law enforcement or hunters to have such a gray area, in the definition. We support any amendments that Fish and Game would want to make to with appropriate legal, verbiage. It helps them, basically enforce things to the letter of the law that they come up with. Hopefully to alleviate the gray areas that are involved in the current regulations. As far as Proposition 126, 127, and 128, which allows night vision and thermals for predator hunting, we feel like we support these wholeheartedly. We feel like the short daylight hours definitely impact how much time you get to hunt predators. If you do predator hunt, you understand that, how long you have to sit when you're calling predators for a cat versus a coyote versus a wolf. Those animals, they all have a different set time. And when you only have 4 hours, 4.5 hours of daylight, it really impacts how much predator hunting you get to do. So we understand that, using night vision and thermals helps you see these animals, but it doesn't help you actually shoot them all the time. So we consider it fair chase. And we're all in support of it as far as we consider it good predator management. And good predator management helps the small game and the big game populations. So, and then that would be it for our AC. We have all the notes. If you have any questions on anything else, feel free to ask me. But those are the ones that we talked about the most or feel the most passionately about. A lot of this stuff we just kind of steered clear of due to, it didn't really affect us that much, or, that sheep stuff. The passionate sheep hunters should be the ones making the laws with Fish and Game, not guys that don't do it as much as a lot of us do in Cooper Landing. So that's it for our AC.
Hey, Jason, thank you very much for that. Do we have questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jason, for coming and representing the AC also. On your goat identification classes, which seems to be, a pretty popular thing right now, is to take these classes. Would you think that your AC would ever submit proposals where you would just eliminate and just have billy goats only, so you would get out of this quota system and, not even allow people to make that opportunity or take an opportunity away from somebody else by shooting a nanny?
We didn't talk about that a lot. Some of the things we talk about is, with goats in Unit 7 in particular, is the fact that there's less sheep and more goats. Now, some people think that maybe the goats are helping that happen, pushing the sheep around. Other people, if you talk to biologists, they're gonna tell you that it's the weather. And so we haven't talked about it. I think anything that involves sound quality game management, we're almost always unanimously for. We definitely always will support what Fish and Game believes, 99.9% of the time. And so I think, having not discussed it wholeheartedly, just knowing how we vote on things, I would say yes, we would definitely lean that direction.
Just one follow-up. Yeah, the other thing, going through your AC notes or minutes is, you have a very consistent and somewhat like-minded AC. And I'm curious, do you guys have you guys discussed or do you just all have an equal understanding of what fair chase is?
Well, so I don't know if I should say this or not, but we've been told we have the most contentious AC in the state. So I think a lot of times we have long meetings for two reasons. Not everybody comes prepared as they should be at times because we all have different things going on in our lives. And the two, we have a lot of varying opinions on stuff. So, fair chase means a lot of things to a lot of people, but me being probably the biggest advocate of this, is being the biggest predator hunter on our AC, I explain it to everybody that, night vision and thermals, A, they're not the same, and B, they don't automatically make it so you can shoot something. They give you a little more advantage over a predator. And this state likes to manage predators properly. So basically, I help people see the light as far as what fair chase is, I guess is a good way to say it.
No pun intended.
Yeah, what's that? Yeah, see the light, exactly. So, by Boone and Crockett's definitions or Pope and Young's, I've never bothered looking at it, but in my world, this is a fair chase.
Thank you.
Member Wood.
More so a comment than a question, a remark that you made as being one of the most contentious ACs in the state. I can only go back to my experience on the Board of Fisheries, and if you're not at the top, you were darn close. But if you look at the makeup of who you've got on that AC, how you get anything through with even close to a majority vote is simply amazing.
It can be really fun at times. I think some of us are more vocal than others, and some come more prepared, and some people really, unfortunately, a lot of guides, like I'm a guide, registered guide outfitter, fishing guide, it's all I've done my entire adult life. I believe you talk to the biologists and the people that are in the field and listen to them, and hopefully they talk to you and listen to you if you're a career professional. Other people automatically think if you work for Fish and Game, you're a knucklehead, and there's a lot of meathead guys, there's just a world, but if you all if you work together, good things happen, and we're getting more and more of that direction, so, as a whole.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jason, on the FLIR and the night vision proposals, I heard you talk about predators, never once mentioned the word fur bearer. So, to me, predators would be wolves, coyotes, lynx, foxes, maybe wolverine. What would be your thoughts about amending the proposal to include those animals and taking the small fur bearers out? Because I don't know if you hunt those or anybody in if that's the intent of this proposal, is to hunt those small animals, just more the predators. What's your thoughts about that?
I don't have any experience trying to call in a marten or a ermine. I guess, the ermine live in my sheds, but I don't, so I in my mind, nobody, I guess it didn't enter my mind ever that anybody would hunt when I say fur bearer, I mean the animal you typically trap that you do not actually call with the predator call. So all the animals you mentioned is what, we're pretty much referring to, I guess. So predator control, but they're all under the trapping or fur bearing in the regulations as opposed to.
And you guys were aware that the proposal asked you had to have a trapping license, and you couldn't do a hunting license, is that correct?
Right. Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jason. You mentioned on your testimony that you're a guide and you do some predator hunting. If this proposal was adopted, this night vision one, what do you think the impacts would be, or the take of predators if it was just wolves and wolverine, just generally?
Honestly, the cost of night vision and thermal is so expensive, I don't think it's gonna have a huge impact because you have to be able to afford to buy it in the first place. And so I think it'll help the avid hunters that are willing to spend that kind of money. It'll help them, but do I think it's gonna have a humongous impact? No. Do I think it'll have enough impact to help out the ungulates a little bit in the small game? Yes. But as a whole, I don't think it's gonna be a massive change in how many animals are harvested. No.
Any other questions? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back to the minimum calibers, one is proposal inclusive for all game 25 cal, the other one's for moose for 243 out of Bethel. Did anybody on your AC talk about, do they hunt with 223's big game?
Well, absolutely. That's what, when I talk next, that's what I wanted to address as 130, but since we're talking about the AC, we talked about that. And the reason we did not support the big game one is because it's big game. That would include wolverine and wolves. And you shouldn't have to, when you're predator hunting, have a 25 caliber or bigger. I personally like my 22-250. If I see a wolf or a wolverine, I want to kill it. So we oppose that. We opposed the 130 against all my objections because, you know, we have very high, people forage, and they, you know, where we're at, it's kind of unique in the fact we do get subsistence rights. We get all the normal hunting, subsistence hunting, and then we do have some people that are guides as well. And so it's the fact like, hey, if I'm out small game hunting in September, grouse hunting perhaps, and I see that bull moose and all I have is my 22-250 or my 223, I want to shoot it. And that's why that didn't pass. But yes, we discussed it a lot, and we voted how we voted. The only reason we didn't vote for the 130, or one of the reasons, was just the fact that if you're out foraging, so to speak, and you do not have that larger caliber rifle, you still want the opportunity to shoot that moose if we see it.
Thank you for that. I have a quick follow-up on that. I know when you're shooting your 22-250, you're probably using the varmint bullets because you want to, do the job. But have you any experience, and anybody talk about experience of maybe shooting a moose? You don't get headshots all the time. If you shoot a moose in the front shoulder with the varmint bullet, what happens?
A little bit, yes. And the one caliber that came up was 243, and that was, brought to our attention. One of our members has had people, friends he's hunting with and himself, shoot moose 243, and they did an adequate job. The 223 was mentioned by one of our members as basically like the reason he didn't want to pass that law is, like I said, if he's out foraging, picking blueberries with his wife, and he saw this, I'm quoting him now to the best of my ability, if you see that fork-horned bull and you have your subsistence permit and boom, you see the forky and you want to shoot him in the ear and you're good enough to do so, he'd like to have that opportunity. And that was the whole discussion on that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the AC? If not, thank you, and you can start with your personal testimony whenever you want.
Okay, I'll do that right now. My name is Jason Lesmeister. As you know, I'm an avid hunter, fisherman, just outdoorsman in general. I have a registered guide license. I haven't guided professionally in about 4 years now because I have a family now and I don't like being away as much, and fishing is more lucrative. And then I also am sick of not hunting anything myself. So I still maintain my registered guide license, but I haven't used it in a while. But I hunt anything that walks, crawls, or flies as much as humanly possible. And we talk about 130, we're just talking about that. I definitely think there should be a minimum requirement for a caliber for hunting moose. That's an animal that can be 12 to 1,500 pounds on the hoof when it's mature. Having guided out in western Alaska quite a bit in Unit 19 and 21, it's not uncommon at all to see, back in the 90s and early 2000s when I was there, it was, mini 14s, which is a 223 or 5.56. And then even recently, when I go back to hunt, when I get the opportunity to hunt in Unit 21 now is where I like to go if I can. You still see it, these very small rifles. And it's not an appropriate cartridge, in my opinion, to hunt moose. 243 is not an ideal cartridge by any means, but it's a step in the right direction. It is, in my opinion, just good enough. Having been responsible for the death of, say, well over 50 moose and less than 100, I would say that the fastest dropping moose is a moose that gets shot in the lungs with a fast bullet that creates a lot of hydrostatic shock, and those moose are the ones that drop. When you shoot the bigger 375s, 458s, 416s, you know, that's a bigger wallop, less speed, and you're still killing them as efficiently, but you don't see the drop factor typically. You know, I'm excluding shooting them in the spine. And I'm only using that reference just to say that 243 is a step in the right direction or a good start for a minimum caliber bullet for what I would say responsible choice of weapon to hunt moose. So I support Proposition 133. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Any further questions, Commissioner?
Yeah, I'd like to know where you're hunting that you've had 15 moose shot.
Where you see moose shot like that?
Well, you said you shot 15 moose.
No, I said I am responsible for the death of as a registered guide or an assistant guide. You know, you start off as a packer, then you're an assistant guide packer, then you're a registered guide packer. So having got to hunt in a lot of great areas at their peak, you know, and being exploited in the early days when there's a lot of guides and, you know, so it was a lot of fun, but anyway, so I've got to see a lot of moose get shot with a lot of different rifles and bullets.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. I'm curious, I thought I heard you say you'd spent some time out in the villages and hunted out west and such. And you may or may not know, but how many rifle selections do the typical family out in rural Alaska have to choose from to go hunting?
You know, in my experience, you see a lot of 223s, you see a lot of 300 Win Mags, you see a lot of 338s in the villages. And that's kind of it, you know, when you don't have a lot of firearm sales and everything going on out there. But nowadays, when you can order a gun online and have it sent to an FFL and, you know, whatever, it's not that hard to get any rifle you want or ammunition for that fact right now. It's a lot easier than it used to be.
So maybe my question is better stated like this. If somebody has a 223 in the family, do they also have a 308 or a 338 in the closet too?
Typically, in my experience, yes.
Okay.
There'd be more than one rifle for sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thank you very much for that testimony. And
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
We'll call up Brett Gibbons with the McGrath AC.
Good afternoon. I think I didn't check enough blocks. If I have a little time, can I talk as Brett Gibbons for Brett Gibbons also, or did I have to check both blocks on that thing?
Yeah, I'm sorry, you probably have to submit another
Get back in line?
card.
Okay. Fair enough.
I'm sorry about that.
Okay, here as Chair of the McGrath AC on the Upper Kuskokwim, and appreciate the opportunity to be here. We wanted to especially emphasize that we hear over and over how important participation is in this process and how important it is to be on the local ACs, and that we should weigh in and that we should let the board know what the feelings of a local AC is. Well, I'm letting the board know right now that the McGrath AC overwhelmingly supports Proposal 190 as pertains to Unit 19C sheep that was put forth by the Sheep Working Group for 19C. I'd love to say unanimous, but it was one short of unanimous because there was one tiny part of it that that someone who's brand new to the guiding industry felt he was unclear how it would affect him, so he couldn't vote and make it unanimous. But we were one short of unanimous on support for this, and we'd love to see the board give that some weight that the McGrath AC weighed in so heavily in support of that proposal. Moving on to how we weighed in on some others. I won't go through everything. We do support Proposal 101, add sheep to the list of species identified as important for having high levels of human consumptive use. We are an area that has a sheep hunt that's primarily a meat hunt, that winter registration hunt, when population allows, obviously. And so we do recognize the value not only as a trophy species, but as for providing meat for consumptive use. Much like was mentioned earlier, might not always apply to sheep everywhere, but in times of dire circumstances with sheep, that would make a pretty good tool in the toolbox to be able to implement some other protections for the sheep. And you'll see that we actually opposed Proposal 123, allowing remuneration be provided to proxy hunters. We heard an argument earlier today that would have been grand to hear prior to maybe that vote, but in general, people didn't like the idea of that. Minimum standard of centerfire rifle cartridges for taking big game, especially since we're right on the heels of it just being talked about. We opposed that. As you know, big game also applies to deer, caribou, wolf, and 223 is obviously a hotbed to talk about anytime. It could also be argued that a 63 grain Sierra soft point put in the lungs of a caribou is a very effective way to put food on the table without a ton of meat damage or real expensive ammo. And lots of households in interior and western interior have a 223 for sure. So that was our opposition for that. We also opposed a minimum standard of centerfire rifle cartridge for taking moose. Those were unanimous opposition. Unanimously opposed Prop 131, requiring identification tags be attached to traps and snares. That was a pretty short discussion. People just flat were not interested in that. Trying to look at other ones that were hot topics for us. We supported reauthorization of grizzly and brown bear tag fees, Prop 150, for similar reasons, that it's a liberalization or make it a little bit easier in an area where we were hoping for a little bit more harvest. Also, across the board, the McGrath AC just likes to go on record as supporting predator control, and very appreciative of the board's continued support, including the recent approval for 19C predator control that was passed during the last board meetings. Has not been implemented yet, but the McGrath AC definitely appreciates the board efforts. And we, as the McGrath AC, have gotten to see the positive benefits of a predator control program in place and what it can yield in Unit 19D East around McGrath, which had a 5-year moose moratorium, also had bear removal, and also had same-day airborne harvest of wolves allowed for a long time, rebuilt that moose population, and definitely could be used as a poster child for success, in our opinion. So we're real thankful for continued support of those efforts. And I guess as the AC, that's all I have.
Brett, thanks a ton for that. Vice Chair Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Brett. Good testimony there. Your notes are pretty straightforward. I guess I know, but maybe the other board members don't know. Can you kind of explain to us, I know your AC is called the McGrath AC, but can you tell us the makeup of that?
Absolutely. A more appropriate name for it might be the Upper Kuskokwim AC. It has representation from McGrath, Nikolai, Takotna, and Talida, so all the villages in the Upper Kuskokwim region. And on that, we have retired state employees, subsistence hunter, trappers, a couple of Class A assistant guide license holders, a pretty good cross-section of folks around there, and a lot of longtime residents, but then some people that have moved out into the region within the last 5 or 6 years that are getting involved, which we appreciate also.
Any other questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Brett, for serving in the AC and your work on a working group. Can you tell me a little bit about the proposals dealing with night vision and thermal on predators? I know you do quite a bit personally on that. How did the AC talk about that?
I'm not quite sure why it was. We didn't vote on those this go around because wasn't it pushed? Wasn't there a almost identical proposal that was put off for the night vision from the last meeting, or is that not correct?
No, I think one was passed for a region, and this is for statewide. These two
Okay.
proposals, so
And-
no work on that?
And well, there was, but it didn't go down officially for whatever reason the group is opposed.
Okay.
Any other questions? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thank you, Brett. Thank you for being a darn good trooper. I really enjoyed you when you were there, and for being an active AC member. Proposal 190, just for clarification, I read that proposal as written. It doesn't really state that the RC hunt is going to stay in or be eliminated in that language that's used in there. So does the AC have a thought on that RC hunt?
The AC likes having that hunt available. However, they realize that if that hunt has to close for a period of time, they're good with that. That McGrath AC is all about what we can do that might give the sheep any little helping hand up, and they're willing to give up that hunt. Obviously, there's some ramifications if a quote-unquote subsistence type hunt is closed to what it does to everything else. But outside of that, taking that out of the equation, the AC is definitely willing to put that hunt on hold for a while if necessary, if that answers your question.
It kind of does, but if they said that there was a conservation issue, then would you still be favoring the 80-20 split drawing hunt, or that would be eliminated?
The AC supports this proposal as written for right now. And that's, we've got obviously to wait and see what happens with the concession area, but as far as the AC is concerned, they support 190, and that's their sheep proposal that they're backing wholeheartedly, and and then the IM species sheep proposal as well.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, Brett, one more question about 190. I might put you on a little bit of a spot here, but
Bring it.
when you first started talking about the AC and how important public participation is and AC participation and going through the process, and I agree 100%, that's why our process here in Alaska is so well accepted by everybody. So those proposals that were deferred on sheep from prior meetings to this meeting, the procedure, would you like to see those proposals brought up and voted up, down, or take no action? Or just have your 190 come in and then all the rest of them go away based on what happens with 190? What's your thoughts about that? How important is this public process to your AC?
To my AC, almost feels like you're asking a question of Brett Gibbons, not the McGrath AC. I've told you the position of the McGrath AC very clearly, and that is they are supporting 190. They took no action on the others except for the other one that I mentioned. That's the position of the AC.
You opposed several of them in your working group.
We did, and we can go by those if you want to address those.
I'll tell you what, when you come up on your first testimony, ask the same question, okay?
Okay.
All right, thanks for that. Any other questions from board members? Brett, if you could hang out, here in about four testifiers will have you come back up again for your personal testimony.
Okay, you want another blue card?
No, no, I think we're good. We don't want to
Okay,
chop down
thanks.
another blue tree.
Okay.
And thank you very much. We're going to call Glenn Elliott. The first call for Glenn Elliott. I don't think he's in the room. Okay, well, we've got a first call for Glenn. We'll move to Frank Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Frank Woods. I reside in Dillingham, Alaska. Born and raised. I'm 59 years old. I hear for my, if I can, Mr. Chair, I'll hear from my personal testimony today, and then I signed up mistakenly for our Trigger Tribal testimony tomorrow or whenever we get done.
Yep, that's perfectly fine. You can do your personal testimony right now.
Okay, getting to it. So, for 20 years, I was on a Nushagak advisory. We sat down and hashed out all the issues that we're hashing out today. The most important thing is I've heard working with them groups and this board, Board of Fish, and the federal and state government as you work together. In 2011, Pete Basco and this board passed an intensive management plan that implemented predator control in Upper Nushagak for the Mulchatna watershed, or basically the Mulchatna herd. And that just included about 3,500 or 3,700 square miles of area. Now it's over 10,000 for the wolf intensive management plan. Keep that in place. Whatever you need to do, I'll help support any which way to increase the populations there. Heard earlier the testimony, cultural activities are healing and that group activities are shared. The young lady that was up here before talking about food security, we're sitting in the biggest subsistence population in Alaska. Let me explain what that means to me. Subsistence is a right that the state of Alaska's Constitution gives every Alaskan the same right to harvest and operate equally. The population I deal with, it isn't subsistence, it's survival. At $10 a gallon in the upper villages, $7 in Dillingham, I don't know how people are living. That said, I'd support 123, the young lady that we're helping any which way to engage and get people involved in this activity. We're talking about hunting and subsistence rights in Alaska. You cannot miss by going out camping, hunting, fishing. We live in the biggest and most beautiful place in America. I'm the chairman of the Casa-Qualamis Commission. I thank you for giving us a 10-day extension. It relieves our villages to say, hey, maybe it'll be a little safer this year. We can go a little earlier. Thank you. That Casa-Qualamis Commission could be an example for this board and the future boards as we move forward. It's the first co-management board in the state of Alaska brought by the village of Togiak through our board process. It's both, you have federal, state, and tribal entities on that board. We help manage access to that resource. Talking about co-management, the young people engaged, we need to keep educating them. We also need to keep educating them on how to deal with each other, how we talk to each other, how we negotiate, and how we work together. The federally qualified subsistence user isn't separated or segregated. In my mind, we're all users of the same resource. So that brought said, the Yupik word for a guide is Nathpiak. Maybe I got it wrong. But that's the person that we send out to go and provide for the village. Same as a guide. They just have different monetary values. the guide may have to help support his family, community, and his economy. The UPIC version of that is to help the village survive. We have raised a generation or 3 generations of sports users right now. In order for me to subsist in the state of Alaska, I've got to get a state license, state sports hunting license, and a sports fishing license. And that's not criminal. That's just what the era we live in. How do we curb that and how do we relieve that stress? I got a whole list of things I could say. I'll say them tomorrow, but I'm going to support 85. Let me go through my list here. It's a number game. Restrict the use of boat hunting waterfowl. Nancy Hillstrand brought that forward. I'll leave that to the AMBCC. I think me and Commissioner sat on the first founding fathers of the AMBCC board. Those regulations you'll be sorting out for a long time. I'm glad Nancy brought it. When I first read that, I was offended because I use a boat to harvest, and our spring hunt is basically a red meat hunt for waterfowl. At first I was opposed. I will support that if you leave subsistence out of it, because subsistence users depend on boat use in order to access the resource. Proposal 1, 2, 3, I said I supported. Proposal 132, prohibit non-residents. We have to separate non-resident permit hunting and guiding is a huge business. But we have to separate that use from our actual use. I would support that if you just kept it allowable for residents. Proposal 133, prohibit trappers in using snow machine in pro pursuit. I am fully opposed to that regulation. We've already restricted them in the last meeting. Why make them outlaws for trappers having to, they're opportunistic, and the author of this proposal, I see it, the guides are competing against each other. And they're competing against residential users. They're competing against the recreational users, the trappers, the guides, sportsmen, and they're all competing, so we're trying to find the best. I have to basically come forward as protection of the resource. And when we allow non-residents ahead of the subsistence user, the local trapper that depends upon economy, and then we allow the sports user we start competing against each other, I would be opposed to that proposal.
Hey,
Mr.
Frank,
Chair,
I really appreciate it. You've been out of time for a little while, but please continue on. Just hit on the high points of those proposals.
I'm just going to clean up with that one.
I'm sure we'll have questions for you, but sorry to interrupt.
Yep. In a short sentence, I'm opposed to any caliber regulations. I think it's just a matter of hunter choice. And with that, I'll conclude my testimony, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that testimony. Do we have any questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Frank. I asked this earlier before, and since you've been born and raised in Dillingham, do most families in Dillingham have multiple rifles, calibers to select from?
Be honest with you, most went to the AR platform. And I see it in young people. That's why I say raising a generation of sports users. But majority of them, they're limited capacity. And mostly our young people are single family, hunters and fishers. I think it'd be a shame to limit the caliber or trying to figure out who's going to, because I personally use and use just about every caliber. And it's appropriate to, like our Narcotic Walrus Commission. You know, we have like 300 caliber on up because there's certain things that you have to do, but it's hard to, you know, this day and age, it's all AR platforms. At least that's what I see getting popular. And they're pretty effective.
Just on that AR and platform, is it a 223, 243, 308?
I've seen every one of them, right? You can get down to 22s. Yeah. And you get down to 223 is a popular one. 308's really getting popular. I've seen 243s, some bigger calibers. But to make it in regulation, I think it'd be it'd be a hindrance on enforcement and hunter and fishers, so, all right, thank you.
Any other questions from board members? If not, Frank, thank you very much for that testimony, and we'll see you here later.
Yep, thanks.
And we'll call up Kenneth Nuckwak.
Through the chair, thanks for this opportunity to give me the testimony. Restricting the use of boats for hunting waterfowl, that's a real, I don't agree with that. Because I'm from the village of Manakotak, a population over 500. No road to Dillingham whatsoever. Terrible winter this year, so we never got to use our snow machines crossing the Snake River and the Wary River just to go shopping. We can't even use the boat because of the ice. This winter, Alaska's weather is undecided what it wants to do. We all know that. Anyway, I would really appreciate it if you guys opposed Proposition 87, because we use a boat to hunt birds. The majority of us will get a citation, probably the whole village. Not just Manakotak, Togiak, Twin Hills, Dillingham, Clark's Point, Ecock, wherever they use boats in the state of Alaska, and the whole state uses the boats. And then 129 to 132, 131, I mean, 129, 130, and 130 and 131, I oppose those. I support proposal 132 because that proposal 132, I recognize that. I made a proposal for positioning the caribou back in 2018, 2017, and it was brought on the table in 2018. It passed through this board, but through the Federal Subsistence Board, it did not pass. And I thank you guys for passing that without further ado on that, not giving me too much problem on that. Because we really need to use a snow machine to position the caribou. And now it's the wolf and the wolverine that we need to position so that our hunters will not get any citations for following the wolf and wolverine. If you stop and try to shoot at a running wolf or wolverine, you lost your chance. These hunters are just trying to put money in their pockets or meat on the table. That's all they're doing. And they're trying to follow the law as much as they can, but if they follow that law, and then another law comes in. And then prohibiting, let's see, I got to get myself straight. That I don't have much to say on many of these, but on the cartridges, I don't agree on minimizing center cartridges. Because my family, after listening to a few testimonies within my household, our rifles range from a Mini 14 to a 300. And sometimes we use a 300 for a moose, a bear, a Mini 14, a 223 for a caribou. And if we have to, we use that on the bull moose. I've used a 300 in the past shooting at a bull moose at a range of 75 yards, knocked him down, shot him in the right shooting spot in the organ, in the peak, just about before the peak of the rut. It still got up and walked off another 200 yards. So it don't matter if it's a really high-powered rifle. Sometimes they still get up and they walk off. I've seen that happen before. So I'm opposed to Proposition 129, 130, and 131. I'm repeating myself. I'll stop there.
You still got a little bit of time, Kenneth, if you need anything else to squeeze in there. You did a good job testifying, and thanks for traveling all this way. Any questions from board members? No questions? I think you were very,
Since you gave me the time.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Huinga yupiu ko. Kanrea ka tiokhiulu ku yugunga. Yuhtun kantulo anglik hollo. Alach koting natulhunga miklo. I am Yupik, and Yupik is my first language. As a kid, I did not know any law. But my dad, he was attending a lot of these meetings. And he told me to be real careful. I didn't know what he was talking about. I didn't know that he was referring to the proposals that were going to be coming up. So whenever you guys are facing proposals, I always think of the villagers too, because it really affects us in the village side of really small populations without roads to hubs. And we get citations from the propositions you passed. The ones that are not supposed to be affecting us affects us a lot. That's all I'll say. Koyana.
Kenneth, thank you very much for that. And really, once again, thanks a bunch for traveling all this way and testifying so that your point of view is heard. And it's definitely heard crystal clear by all these board members. Thanks. The next person we're going to call up is Robin Masterman.
Good afternoon. Robin Masterman. I'm here representing myself, not on behalf of any organization. Thank you all for allowing me the chance to speak again, and I hope I can be as eloquent as I was last time, though this one will be a little bit shorter. I am here to personally oppose Proposition 87 and 133. Some of my relatives, the two gentlemen who went before me, Frank Woods and Kenneth Nukwak, they went just before me, voicing the same opinions. Proposition 87 proposes the prohibition of the use of boats when hunting waterfowl. And the way that it has been traditionally done is that people hunt birds by boat. And if this is restricted, this will go against cultural practices, and this will affect the food security in the region. Especially with the little snowfall that happened this year, people will be especially reliant on waterfowl this spring due to not being able to hunt as much during the winter. And then just additionally, Proposal 133 proposes prohibiting the use of snow machines when hunting wolverine. The only comment that I'll give on that is that people hunt wolverine using snow machine only during the winter, and prohibiting that could have some negative consequences for those who go out and try to trap them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that testimony. It was really clear. Do we have any questions from board members for Robin? If we don't have any questions, Robin, thank you very much for that testimony.
Thank you so much.
And we'll call up Brett Gibbons.
Thanks again, Mr. Chair. Kind of strange representing different things and not getting your stuff mixed into it. Just wanted to please go on record as opposing Proposition 87 as me personally, which restricts the use of boats for taking waterfowl. Also oppose number 129, which establishes that minimum standard of centerfire rifle cartridge for all big game. And also number 130, establishing a minimum standard of centerfire rifle cartridge for taking of moose. And before what I support, I just want to give a little bit of background. Grew up in Unit 19 mostly along the Kuskokwim drainage, graduated from Antioch High School in '92, went and saw the world a bit in the Army, got hired with the wildlife troopers, and after brief stints in Fairbanks and Galena, I got back to the Kuskokwim in McGrath in 2002. There I got to patrol the area of Unit 19C throughout sheep season. I spent time in the Alaska Range in that region before and after sheep season as well. During my personal time, I participated in general season sheep hunts in Unit 19C, sometimes having success and getting the meat from that. I then got the pleasure of my life, which was participating in youth hunts with my sons in Unit 19C and seeing what comes of that during successful and unsuccessful hunts, immeasurable. Also got to participate and I believe harvested the first sheep on the winter registration hunt, which half of I dropped off on the way home with some elders in Nikolai, and the other half my family ate. Glad for all those opportunities, and the reason I give that background is I do have a dog in this fight. Unit 19C sheep mean something to me, as they mean to a lot of people in this room and a lot of people probably watching or listening online. I do have a grandson who lives in McGrath near us, and I dream of there being enough sheep to take my kids and my grandson still up there. I live close to those sheep. I got super cubs at my disposal. I got places I like to camp, but I'm willing to lay off of them for a while, even, you know, at the detriment that maybe I won't have chances down the road, but I'm willing to gamble that. And so personally, even with that background, I stand behind the sheep proposal that the working group came up with, Proposal 190, and I think that it's the best that a mixed group from mixed backgrounds could come up with. That's a shot at helping out the sheep that mean so much to a lot of people. And that's just, I mean, that's as heartfelt as it can get. I do have a dog in this fight. Not commercial, but love to see that grandson up in the hills with me and his dad soon. Be a few years. That's all I have.
Brett, thanks for that. I think we probably have, do we have questions for Brett? Member Loring.
Thanks, Brett, for your testimony. Yeah, I feel the same way you do with sons and grandsons hunting, and I've been able to do that also. How big is Salida now? Did some more people move in? Because it was pretty much down to zero. Does it actually have some folks in there now?
You could ask BIA about that if you're the Talida police.
Okay.
The residents of Talida that hold representation seats for Talida on our committee are currently residing in Nikolai.
Okay.
They still are Talida tribal members, and what the breakdown of that is needs to get asked to someone other than me.
Yeah, I just heard you say Talida was.
It's pretty quiet around Talida, but those are Talida seats.
Okay. And the other question, did you guys talk a little bit about, or did you have any thoughts about the proposal that would extend the closure to aircraft spotting to the youth season, that extra earlier 10 days? So right now, you can use aircraft to spot sheep during that youth season, which is prior to August 10th. But there's a proposal in there that would eliminate that.
Yeah, personally, I would oppose that proposal that would eliminate that if there were a youth hunt. drop in the bucket for the numbers of hunters in the field. And I've heard other people proposing to attack the youth hunt prior to some other things. And to me personally, that's extremely offensive, since we're talking personally, Brett Gibbons. Don't attack the youth hunt. Don't take a meat hunt from old people. Come on. Those are sacred. I mean, and as far as, I know there was lots of opposition to the youth hunt. I heard a lot of opposition, mostly from commercial operators, how the youth hunt was going to be abused and all these dads were going to use it as a way to kill second 40-inch rams with their kids or different things. And through my work or my personal life, I personally didn't see or hear of a single story that would show any abuse. So I think that youth hunt was amazing, and if I never get to do it again, it still will hold a special place in my heart. Those hills were the quietest they've ever been at a time that you could go take some 12, 13-year-old kids up there, and even if you didn't get on anything, they weren't in a foot race with some guys from Colorado or something trying to race to a legal ram. Pretty amazing, pretty amazing. And you'll see the harvest numbers, at least for 19C. I don't know about statewide. I think the high, it was never over 10. I think the high year was 6 or 8, and more likely like 2 or 3 during the years the youth hunt was open. So the youth hunt seems very non-detrimental as opposed to some things and other harvests. So your question was about extending the no-fly period. Personally, I don't support that extension.
I got one other quick one. And I'm going to pass on the other question I asked you earlier, but I want to ask you this question. On the proposal to allow sheep becoming intensive management, in your experience, through Alaska and, with your prior jobs and seeing lots of sheep, do you believe personally that most of the sheep meat that's taken is used as a high-level human consumption, human use? Or is it mostly trophy hunting? I mean, even.
Okay, that's 2 questions.
Yeah,
I believe
go ahead, answer both.
I believe all the sheep meat is being used for human use, human consumption. That high level thing, right? That's a sticky point. I can't speak to that. And then back to your second question of if most people are going for a trophy or for sheep meat, I guess predominantly it's represented as a trophy species. The people who I know who go hunt sheep brag about the meat forever, but they have the horns to look at forever. So, it's kind of a both scenario, really.
And just a quick comment, I know that it's kind of a two-edged sword because the regulations require a certain size or a certain horn length to be legal. That automatically makes it a trophy. So you have no choice. But if you kill a sheep, you have a trophy that goes along with that meat. I just was kind of curious about
Absolutely.
what your thoughts on.
And I was so worried about people thinking, when I went on the winter sheep hunt, I didn't want anybody thinking that Brett was on a trophy hunt. So even though a 3/4 curl ram, which would have been legal, it was 3/4 or smaller, came strolling up, it was like, nope, shot an old 1-horn ewe. The 3/4 curl ram would have been better meat though, right? But that public perception that I was going on a trophy hunt, I didn't want that because I was high-level meat on that hunt. That was my priority.
Thank you for your thoughts. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Any other board members? If not, Brett, thanks so much for that testimony. You and I we don't see eye to eye on everything, but I really do employ your efforts here. You started this process with the McGrath AC, and you didn't give up your work. You worked hard on all this thing all the way through, so thanks for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No more from me, I promise.
Yep, Jim Jury would have been called next, but we had to pass him because of his work schedule, so we'll call him tomorrow morning.
And then we have Neil and Taylor.
Can I call Neil and Taylor?
And we need people to turn in cards.
And we need people to turn in cards.
That's the last one.
Thank you. Do I need to turn this on, or?
Nope, you're lit up there, Neelan.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm Neil and Taylor. I'm a resident of Anchorage, and I'm a member of the Anchorage AC. but I'm here testifying as an individual today, and I will be testifying in support of Proposals 131 and 148 and in opposition to Proposal 101. And I just learned earlier today that there's an emergency petition regarding regulations for the Mulchatna caribou herd, so I'd like to speak to that as well. I testified before you at your January meeting, and I assume you all remember me, but I'll briefly repeat that I've lived here in Anchorage for 50 years, and I've practiced law here since then, and although I'm mostly retired, I'm still fully licensed. I was asked by a couple of people last time. I'm proud to call myself an environmentalist, and I've been participating as an activist in wildlife policy debates since the 1990s. I think of myself as a voice for wildlife and for non-consumptive users. I've submitted 11 pages of written comments addressing quite a few of the proposals before you, and I hope you'll take a look at them. I'm going to start off with the department's petition for emergency authority to shoot wolves and bears in regard or to assist the Mulchatna caribou herd. I'm going to begin just saying that Judge Geedy held that Regulation 5 AAC 111C was, and I quote, unlawfully adopted and therefore void and without legal effect, which I translate as meaning you can't go out and shoot wolves and bears this spring unless you take some action authorizing it. So you need a new lawfully adopted regulation if there's to be aerial wolf and bear killing. I am going to speak only to wolves because of limited time. The Commissioner's emergency petition shows that airborne shooting of wolves has been authorized since 2011. That's 14 years ago. And obviously, shooting wolves from airplanes has not helped the Mulchatna caribou. Alaska Statute 1605-783A applies. And it essentially prohibits inclusion of wolves in a new regulation, even an emergency regulation. That statute, that's 1605-783, is the statute enacted by Citizen Ballot Initiative in 1996. That statute has been voted on twice, and on both occasions, the voters of the state of Alaska supported that statute and the prohibition on shooting wolves from the air. That statute provides that for aerial wolf control to be authorized by anyone, and that means it applies to the department and to department employees, the board must authorize it. And the board, not the commissioner, and the board must find that wolf predation is, and I quote, an important cause, end of quote, of the failure to meet population goals of the prey species, and that reduction in predation, and I quote again, can reasonably be expected to aid in the achievement of the objectives. I believe it would be an abuse of discretion for this board, that means all of you, to make the findings that I just quoted. For wolves, I mean, it's been 14 years that people have been shooting wolves from the air, and we have the continuing decline of the population of the Mulchatna caribou. So it hasn't worked, and a finding that it's a reasonably effective way of going forward would be an abuse of discretion. Let me move on. Proposal 148 is a proposal I submitted. If enacted, it would require the department to give prior public notice of department decisions to activate previously inactive IM plans. I believe there's something like 12 IM plans that include aerial shooting of wolves, and they're inactive, and they have several years to go. What this proposal would provide is that when and if the department makes a determination to go into the air to take out wolves.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay. At any rate, it would just give notice so that people like me, the public, could come in and comment. This would be a process within your purview rather than having us, people like me, running off to court, wasting everyone's money and time. So that's what 141 is, 148. 131 is the tags on traps proposal, and I endorse the comments or the written comments by the Department of Public Safety, by the troopers. And I don't know if he's already testified, but I can listen. But at any rate, I also note that the department in its comments was technically neutral, but on the other hand, suggested that if there's going to be tags required on traps, that perhaps instead of going statewide, we do it on a smaller area basis. And I'm going to submit, or the Anchorage Advisory Committee is going to submit for your January meeting for units 14, 15, and 6. I'm sorry, 14, 7, and 15. We're going to submit, either me or the AC, going to propose that you have tags required as technically recommended by the department, by troopers, for, just for that area, and try to do it. So basically what I'm trying to do is say, yeah, we'll do it your way, department and troopers, on 131. And I think it's time, and and in my comments, I have the comments that were made 3 years ago on the same proposal for statewide tags. And proposal 101, 255K2 is the statute, 1605, 255K2, and it says that a prey species is a species that is used primarily for meat. There is also a regulation, and it's cited in my written materials, that this board adopted many, many years ago, which is even more explicit. This is a prey species is a species that is used for meat. The word meat is used primarily for meat. And you have all this big battle going on between the resident sheep hunters and the guides. And the problem and what's going on there is that the guides, I believe I've heard over and over, that the guides' clients are non-residents are taking more sheep than the residents. So it seems somewhat irrational to me to say that this is a species, sheep, that's primarily used for meat. And I'll stop there. You've been generous. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. We didn't have anybody else signed up to testify, so I figured we could fill up a little bit of space there. Neelan, thanks a bunch for that testimony, and thanks for showing up. You show up here to all these meetings, and you're very engaged in this process. Do we have any questions? Member Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two sets of questions, one of which deals with your proposal 148, is it?
Yes, 148.
In your PC 124, you make a statement to the effect that if 148 were to be adopted as you have presented it, it would cure all the problems that was brought up by the judge's order of last week, or whatever the date that was that the judge ordered. Am I stating your summary correct?
If I'm not understanding what you're referring to as PC 124.
That's your public comments that you submitted. You've written 11 pages, or how many pages there are. So in that 11 pages, you made reference to 148, if adopted, would solve all the problems that were ruled upon by the court. Is that correct?
No, and I'm sorry, those comments were submitted long before Judge Geedy issued his opinion, and
Okay, I'll go back and read it. I must have
Yeah,
misread it.
and anyway, that would be a big step forward
Yeah,
in terms of the due process parts of Judge Geedy's decision.
yeah. And I reached out to you this morning. I still want to meet with you, so we'll
Yep.
try and
Well,
arrange that
thank
if we
you.
could. And going to the statute you cited, and 1605-783, correct?
Yes,
Did you state that this statute prohibits airborne as regards to wolves?
yes.
Because I seem to read it a bit different, and I was just curious, because it seems like it makes an exemption if the board would authorize a predator control program that goes through how they go about doing that in the whole 9 yards. So if this board were to take action, a predator plan could contain airborne hunting, could it not?
That's true. But
Okay.
in addition, so there's two parts of it. First of all, there needs to be an intensive management plan for the area. And the second part is that to include airborne shooting of wolves, and it's just wolves, it's not bears, to include airborne shooting of wolves, this board also must make certain findings, and I just quoted those that basically it's reasonable to assume that aerial shooting of wolves is likely to have a positive effect. I can
Just
read.
last question, you don't believe that to pertain to bears, though, do you?
I don't want to comment because I'm not really sure of the answer to that. There's the Federal Airborne Hunting Act, and it contains exceptions. Otherwise, no one can shoot bears or any wildlife from the air, according to the Airborne Hunting Act. And then it says there's an exception to that, which is basically for conservation, and so if you've got an intensive management program, that fits into the exception, so you can shoot bears. And I don't really have the details on the airborne, but I think you can shoot bears from the air, but wolves, it's more restrictive. That's my point here.
Thank you very much, and I won't subject my fellow board members to two lawyers talking, so you and I'll sit down over breakfast or so and spend some time.
Good, thank you.
Member Loring.
Thank you. Thank you, Neelan, for your testimony. When we're talking about the trap tags, I think you have a really good idea about looking at it at a more regional, more of a scale down. But also recommend, if you can do it, to get together with, kind of like what happened with AWA on the setbacks. Maybe get together with Randy Zarkin, the trappers, and maybe the wildlife troopers and some other stakeholders and see if you can't iron something out. Because I really think that, if we can work on those areas of the state that have the real problems with user conflicts, more so than try to involve, the Yukon Flats or up north where that really isn't a problem, we might maybe get some traction there, so. And then another, what did you think about the trap and neuter release with the cats? Do you have any thoughts about that, or to think about that at all, as far as catching the wild cats and then neutering them, then releasing them back out and having them not reproduce? Did you pay attention to that proposal at all?
I read it, but,
Okay.
I'm a bird watcher, so I think I'm not too happy about all these cats.
Okay.
But that's just off the cuff.
Okay. Well, thanks for your testimony. I appreciate it.
And thank you for the suggestion.
Any other questions from board members? If not, Neelan, thank you very much for that testimony. Just to remind everybody, if you want to testify, it's a great time to put in those blue cards, but we're going to go on a break here and come back and see if we get any more people signed up.
Our chair has the bladder timing just right.
Call is Herb Mansavage for his AC testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, department staff. For the record, my name is Herb Mansavage. I'm the chair of the Matanuska Valley Advisory Committee. I want to first thank our secretary, Michelle Hune, for fabulous notes, our minutes once again. I highly recommend looking through those, especially some of the contentious proposals have a lot of detailed minutes. We spent a lot of time this year going over these proposals, so for sake of time and just you guys having the ability to more thoroughly look through these, I'm going to summarize these proposals that we did take up. And some of these I'm not going to speak to that were little comment on them. So starting with Proposal 85, this was unanimously opposed due to the complications that this would cause with enforcement, that being the Alaska Wildlife Troopers. Proposal 86, there was a good discussion about this, went back and forth, but we ended up supporting it 10-1. And that's just looking at the sea ducks as, you know, I wouldn't want, I got sheep in my head, so I'm thinking trophy class. But they're, you know, it's a unique species that reporting would definitely provide, positive methods for the department to take a look at and make sure there's not any serious, potential for serious actions later on. Comment would be, it would be a positive method to ensure sustainability of sea ducks with growing trend of sea duck hunters and commercial services offering sea duck hunts. Proposal 87, this was unanimously opposed due to the constraints that this would have on the hunter for retrieving waterfowl and making sets. It also would create potential safety concerns. That being tides, different changes in tides. This would, one member even brought up using of the kayak and how that would be essentially illegal if that were to pass. 88 was opposed unanimously, just too soon for the wood bison. 89, this was also unanimously opposed, as it's just a little unnecessary at this time. I mean, we do understand, I think there could be education is usually a no-brainer for us, but with moose, there's a lot in the pamphlet already, and I don't know if it's necessary for the department to make an education course for this quite yet. Proposal 90 and 91 were both supported 10-2, and this was supported as we felt mountain goat identification would be difficult, or can be difficult, and this would be an easy method for ensuring correct harvest. 92, this was also unanimously supported. As we felt more education on Dall sheep identification is a great tool for alleviating sublegal harvest. I think right now is a great time to put something together. Different pictures, different diagrams, I think the department already has a booklet that's very helpful. I think that'd be a good start, just making that electronically and just be too easy to get people a little bit more educated. 93, where you are unanimously opposed. We felt it wasn't necessary, and the current method is fine, as it doesn't take away from the trophy appeal after harvest. 94 was supported 10-2. We felt this would aid in making the decision to not shoot by giving a certain perspective to achieve a full curl observation. Those not in support felt it might hinder the opportunity to making it difficult, by making it difficult to meet the requirements. 95 was unanimously opposed. We felt this would hinder the harvest of rams that would never be full curl. 98, 97 and 98 were unanimously opposed. We felt that this should not be a place to begin with, as there's already regulations that prohibit the harassment of game animals. 99, this was supported 9-3. We supported this as those that supported were willing to compromise the current regulations to allow a hunter to be able to scout with a plane later in the season without the worry of violating spotting for sheep. Those opposed would like to see the current regulation as is. Okay. Proposal 100. The split vote was based on a lengthy conversation, which those supported wanted to see guides having some certainty for clients, and those opposed would rather see more sheep on the mountain, even with a loss of opportunity to non-residents. 101, this was unanimously supported, as it would put a higher designation of concern for our sheep populations with a proven method of implementing IM management. 102 was unanimously opposed. This was unanimously opposed as we do not feel that these proposals are acceptable methods for 19C sheep. There were many different views and perspectives of what should be in place, but the most of concern was based around limiting resident hunters as part of the plan. 103 through 113 were C comments on 190, but I do have a little bit of comment that's very similar on 190 later. 114, this was unanimously opposed as we do not feel this would be an acceptable management method and would restrict the rifle hunters completely. Proposal 127, we were split on that, 5-5, and 128, we were also split. We said C comments. This was opposed due to the split vote, as those that supported felt it was a good management tool for wolf and coyote, and it is a popular method used in other states in the nation. Other opposed felt it was stretching the lines of hunting ethics and sportsmanship, as well as possibly making certain fur-bearer species much more vulnerable. 129, this was opposed unanimously as we felt it was too much of a hindrance and would be regulating hunting ethics. 130, while a little contradictory, we did support this, being that we did like the idea of 243. The discussion kind of blended back into 129. So while 120 or 130 is for moose, it was kind of spoken on both sides of that. 131 was unanimously opposed, as this could potentially put the trapper in a position for harassment in general. 132 was opposed unanimously, as this would hinder the take of wolves in areas that need wolf control. A lot of cases, this is one of the only ways to get to the wolves in general. Same with 133, this was opposed unanimously as we felt it was necessary due to the nature of hunting wolverines. 134, this was supported 9-2 as amended. The amendment was to allocate not less than 90% of all moose drawing permits to resident as follows. It was supported as amended as we felt it was necessary to method to allow residents the opportunity to these moose while establishing the 90-10 principle. 135 was opposed unanimously as we felt it would potentially complicate the process more. Those in support of the amendment wanted to see the up to language adopted, but the amendment failed 5-6. That amendment was allocate up to 10% or not more than of the big game drawing permits to non-residents, and that amendment failed 5-6. 136 was unanimously opposed, as already the 10 years is enough and the lifetime would be too restrictive. 137 was also unanimously opposed, as we felt there was not enough of a reason to change what is already in place. No support for the preference point. 141 was supported unanimously, as a wildlife trooper supported it and would allow for a more modern way to accomplish a tedious task. 142 was supported 7-4 as a method to simplify the process, while those opposed liked keeping the permit in place. 147, this was opposed unanimously as we want to see the public process stay in place. 188 So I was not in attendance during this. I was at the 40 Mile meeting in Fairbanks, but this was supported as amended 7-4. I'm just going to read what the motion and the second on the amendment is to make it roll over the next 3 years, 2026, 2027, 2028, that a third of those 27 permit recipients who were canceled for either sex be issued to those permit holders, and the remaining of that year allocation be issued. Permits would not be issued over quota, and that amendment passed 8-3. And the only con on that, or not only, but one of the cons on that, the public would need to know that it's being based by 66%. Same action was taken in 189. So 190, again, I wasn't there at this one, but there's lengthy and very detailed minutes on this subject. I will say the motion and second for the amendment to modify the resident and non-resident hunt structure for sheep in Unit 19C open to residents under a harvest tag for 2025. While that passed 11-1, we did not support, it was opposed 1-11, and that was due to the same points that was made earlier, as there shouldn't be any restriction on the residents. And that concludes my testimony.
Thanks for that, Herb. Any questions from board members? If none, thank you very much for that. Oh, Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Herb, way back on 88, the wood bison, and you said that it's going to be a long ways off before Fish and Game would come up with what might be a harvestable surplus. But can I give you a what if? What if, and I'm not sure if you talked about this. If you didn't, then don't worry about answering it. If there was a harvestable surplus today, would you be in favor of allowing a customary, traditional, or cultural permit for those wood bison?
Yeah, I don't want to get too in the weeds on that one, but I would say so. I would base all that on my judgment with the department, whether they felt it was enough of a surplus that could be there.
Okay. Yep. Thanks for doing that. Appreciate it.
And just to clarify, we're doing AC testimony right now.
That is correct. Yep.
Member Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again, Herb. So in listening to your AC comments now and reading those, Proposal 94, which is that full curl definition change. So this is, with how you explained it, this would be used in the field. How would it be enforced in the field?
I guess my question would, I don't understand the question, but I think I know where you're going.
So how would somebody know that you're at the same elevation and then at a 90-degree angle looking at a sheep to determine if it's full curl or not?
Yeah, understood. So essentially, the way this was written, or the way I wrote this, was that the idea was for it to be more at a sealing process, and that would be effectively removing that tube test perspective. So no, there's no way to enforce anything in the field.
Just a couple more. 147, which talks about what we call the clean list, and your AC agreed that they wanted to keep it in the public process. And, you know, being around the clean list for a couple decades and seeing how that goes, you know, it seems like it's a hindrance for the public process to participate in getting a species on or off the clean list. I mean, the latest one was the emu example of somebody not involved with the Board of Game, doesn't hunt, doesn't trap, really doesn't know the workings of how this public process works. Had a very difficult time, you know, submitting a proposal on time and getting it through that public process. And looking at this where the department could, you know, take that on because, you know, many of us that sit at the board, you know, deferred to departments and the veterinarians' opinions on, you know, well, does this animal belong on or off the clean list? And so, you know, the department could still make the board aware of, you know, at a regularly scheduled meeting, if somebody came up and had a new, you know, spotted cat that, you know, they felt comfortable with, you know, allowing Alaskans to own and possess in the state, or emus or whatever it is, that
we're still not taking that public process away. We're actually helping the public by a little quicker process. And so if you guys thought about that or anything.
Yeah, Mr. Brett, I totally understand your point, and I believe a lot of the foundation for our comment on this was that we like to see it just anything public process, but you make a good comment, and it'd be hard to believe that our committee would reject what you just stated.
Thank you. And just one more on, you mentioned the 90-10 principle. I've heard this for many years, probably for a couple decades or so. And it comes from the states where the state has a 90-10 split, and that's for state drawing hunts. But nobody looks into it, and I was trying to prepare for this meeting, even myself, to find out those states that have a 90-10 split for just state tags also have these agricultural deportation tags, which are a lot more than, 10% that are going to farmers and landowners that can do what they want with their 6 or 8 or 2 dozen tags. A lot of them seem to get sold to non-residents for access on their farm to shoot whatever, deer or elk or whatever's going on. So do you guys think about that when you look at, a 90-10 split? Is that really acceptable?
Yeah, understood. Certainly, we didn't speak to those tags that you just mentioned. It's a great point. But kind of like the public process, comment that we made, there's just that 90-10, it's founded on the resident preference, right? And at the end of the day, certain, I don't want to call it a loophole, but things like that in the states, I'm sure occur. I think there's a desire from our committee for just aligning with what is occurring everywhere. And I think it stays as simple as that, to be completely honest.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Herb, go back to 188, and I didn't have a chance to write it down, but you made an amendment to that. Could you repeat that amendment? That had to do with the bison?
Yeah,
tags
so
that
the motion and second on the amendment is to make it roll over the next 3 years, 2026, 2027, 2028, that a third of those 27 permit recipients who were canceled for either sex be issued to those permit holders, and the remaining of that year allocation be issued. And in parentheses, the permits would not be issued over quota.
Okay, great, I got that time, thanks.
Thanks. And just if you don't mind, a quick note that on the thermal and night vision, something we spoke, I believe, to a couple members last year, but something we supported with an amendment was for predators only. And so that was something that was discussed as well, was, for coyote, wolf, wolverine, I think is what the amendment was last year as well, and that was still the feelings we had this year.
Yeah, Member Loring.
Thank you. So coyote, wolf, wolverine, and talk about cats, lynx, and fox also, or did you go that far?
So I don't want to speak to those because I do know we had members that were opposed to it. That was the reason that they were opposed.
Okay.
I know the discussion certainly wasn't around marten, muskrat and things like that. It was pretty focused on lynx, actually, not so much fox, but lynx.
I was just thinking that those are the main animals that are going to respond to a predator call
100%.
when somebody's out there hunting at night that be using this type of stuff, so.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Any other questions from board members? If not, Herb, thank you very much for that testimony.
Thank
and thanks
you.
for going out, not waiting until the end. Thanks for testifying today.
Yep, thank you.
Next, we have Rebecca Skinner from the Kodiak AC.
Good afternoon. Rebecca Skinner for the Kodiak AC. We are AC 19, and we did submit minutes for each of the proposals that we took up. And I'll just run through and highlight the main points for each of the ones that we discussed. Proposal 85 changed the definition for migratory bird hunting guide services to include transporter services. This we discussed a fair amount at the AC over a number of meetings. We've talked about challenges that are perceived by residents of Kodiak with increased transporter services, bringing non-Kodiak resident hunters onto the island and how that's impacting residents' ability to get food. So that was underpinning a lot of this. We did approve an amendment to remove air taxi. We thought that air taxis probably aren't used that much for duck hunting, and the air taxi operators wouldn't know if somebody was planning to go duck hunting regardless. Proposal 86, require mandatory harvest reporting of sea ducks. There was quite a bit of concern voiced about the impact on sea ducks, particularly, I guess it didn't come up in this one, but particularly goldeneye. And going back to the concern about transporters, we like the idea of collecting more baseline data so that we understand the actual impact of when there's harvest, regardless of where that harvest is coming from. Right now, we just feel like there's not a lot of data, so we did support 86. Proposal 87, restrict the use of boats for hunting waterfowl. We oppose this unanimously. I think we just didn't understand how we were supposed to hunt ducks without using a boat. Proposal 186, we did understand this was on the list that's outside of the board's authority, but we did have quite a bit of discussion about including bufflehead, barrows, and common goldeneye as sea ducks. And we had a fair amount of discussion about how these particular ducks are hunted sometimes, if there's certain areas where if the wind's coming onto the beach and it's blowing a large kind of flock of ducks that's floating in the water, there are hunters that just shoot into the flock and indiscriminately kill a lot of birds, and that defining those ducks as sea ducks would place more limits on that. Proposals 90 and 91, we talked about together. We supported this 8.3. This is requiring all goat hunters to pass an online mountain goat quiz prior to hunting. In support of it, there was general thought that education is important and that the online quiz takes about an hour. This is not an onerous requirement. Those in opposition thought that creating these arbitrary education requirements just serves as a barrier, particularly for people who are accessing local food. So people who grew up hunting with their parents or their elders, they shouldn't be required to go through an online education class. Proposal 100, limiting the non-resident sheep hunting opportunity statewide so that non-residents do not harvest more than 35%. I think we really keyed in on the 35% harvest, and we thought that would be an unworkable management structure. So you're not talking about 35% of the permits, you're talking about 35% of the harvest, and that would be a hard number to hit. Proposal 123. This is allowing remuneration to be provided to proxy hunters. We unanimously oppose this. The feeling was that the system as it exists now works well, and we thought there could be potential problems if you started to allow cash to change hands either way with the remuneration. Proposals 126, 127, and 128, we took all together because they were very similar. We unanimously opposed the use of electronically enhanced night vision and forward-looking infrared devices for taking fur bearers. In general, we wish this was not a statewide proposal. We definitely didn't think it fit well for Kodiak. And we discussed a series of amendments that if the board did pass this, we would ask that Unit 8 be excluded. We would ask that shooting fur bearers from a boat be not allowed while you're using the enhanced night vision and forward-looking infrared devices. And then Amendment 3 was prohibiting the use of such devices while any big game season is open. And I think this gets to what was discussed earlier, that these devices might be used and you see the big game and then you're able to go get the big game because you use the device to see it, even though you weren't supposed to be using the device to target that particular game. In particular, with this one, we were concerned about shooting from a boat onto the beach and the potential impacts on fox and river otter. Those two particular species came up. We did understand this was probably focused more toward wolves and coyotes, which we don't have. And there was discussion that if we would have preferred that the proposal specified the species that were being targeted. But just applying to all fur bearers, we didn't agree with that. Proposal 129, establishing a minimum standard of centerfire rifle cartridges for taking big game. We oppose this unanimously. We don't have moose on Kodiak. We do have Sitka black-tailed deer, and the 223 is perfectly fine for hunting deer. So if you required a larger ammo size, that would not really fit the situation in Kodiak. There was also discussion that some people use their guns they've gotten from that have been passed down through families. You have women hunting or children hunting, and they're not going to be able to handle the larger guns with the larger ammo. So there's a good reason to allow the smaller size ammo. Proposal 134, issue 90% of moose drawing permits to Alaska residents. We opposed this unanimously and thought that the allocation of moose harvest should be done at a regional or GMU level. Proposal 135, allocate 10% of the big game permits to non-residents. This would basically upend the bear management in Kodiak. And there was a lot of discussion that Kodiak, the bears have been managed in Kodiak very successfully. If this were passed, there would be almost no non-resident permits allowed. And a lot of the bear hunting is right now done by non-residents. Proposal 140, eliminate the evidence of sex requirements for big game, having bag limits restricted to one sex. We oppose this. We didn't think genetic testing was viable. It's too expensive right now. There is going to be a delay with waiting for the test results, and it wasn't clear who would be holding on to the meat in that intervening time period. And that the current requirement in regulation is not an undue burden to hunters. Proposal 141 allows the transfer of possession of game meat and game parts to be captured in a digital video format or some sort of digital format. We supported that. We thought that made sense with modern technology. Everyone has their phone pretty much with them all the time. And we also suggested looking at some sort of an online reporting form or app. So instead of doing a video, you'd have an online app. Proposal 142, allow for the sale of legally harvested big game trophies without a permit. We oppose this unanimously. We were concerned with the potential ramifications if this were to pass. And then Proposal 131, require identification tags to be attached to traps and snares. We unanimously supported this. And during discussion, it was analogized to with crab pots. If you're using crab pots around Kodiak, you do have to label those crab pots with the some sort of identifying information for the owner. We thought it was akin to that if a personal identification number rather than a name could be used. But we had discussion about how situations where wildlife has been caught in a snare that was not being tended, once Fish and Game found out whose snare it was, they were able to go talk to that person and alleviate that happening in the future. But they just happened to kind of sleuth out who it was. So if you had a name on the snare or trap, you're able to do that. If you don't have the identification, you have no idea who owns that trap. And that's all I had.
Rebecca, thank you very much for that testimony. You did a great job. And good notes here, good minutes. Any questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, you were very concise, and you and your group did a really good job of detailing all your comments. Hey, on Proposal 90, the requirement for goats for online course or a training for it, did you talk a little bit about, I know you have quite a few villages in the Kodiak area, and Kodiak's been a really good example of a success story for goats, introduction of goats. You have a lot of goats now, and about the ability for those folks to be able to access no internet's getting more and more common, but anything like that come up that might be a hindrance for the folks who don't actually live in Kodiak Central?
Yeah, we did have representatives from, I think, 2 of our village communities that have seats on the AC, so that demographic was represented. And nobody brought up challenges with access to the online, so I would say it was not viewed as a barrier within the AC.
Okay, thank you very much.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Rebecca, and thank you for the wonderful minutes your AC has. They're very detailed, which was very interesting because I picked up on a few things. Again, it's another group or another AC, using terminology, fair chase and talking about hunting when the proposal's talking about trapping. I was wondering, is there a difference? Is there fair chase trapping or is it just fair chase hunting?
I would have to say that in the discussions at the AC, the fair chase and the concept of fairness applied to both. So it was brought up with hunting because we did talk about, especially if you were using infrared, the big game would stand out really clearly, and that was definitely creating an unfair advantage as far as big game. The proposal does focus on fur bearers, but there was also, we had a lot of discussion about hunting on the beach. And if you're in a boat approaching the beach with those devices, you're going to have an extreme advantage with things like the foxes or the river otters. So it did apply to both. We did understand this focused on trapping and not hunting. But in general, I would say the tenor of the conversation applied to both situations.
And just one follow-up. And in regards to that, I mean, currently, a boat is allowed to go up on a shoreline, have as much flooded light on the beach and harvest foxes currently. You don't see that there's a correlation with, these lights that they have anymore. I mean, it's like daylight when you light up a beach like that or a field or whatever it is.
That did not come up in AC discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thank you very much for that testimony, Rebecca. And we'll call it Michelle Quillem. Oh, sorry, Spencer Poppy.
Chairman Fletcher, Board of Game members, ADF&G department and staff, thank you for allowing me to express my personal thoughts, views, and experiences regarding the 19C Dall sheep topic. My name is Spencer Poppy. I'm a resident of Alaska and have been a big game guide outfitter in Unit 19 for 21 years now. Through guiding big game hunters, outdoor recreating with my family, breaking trail for the Iditarod race, working on trail restoration projects for the Iditarod Historic Trail Alliance, and helping with the environmental remediation of the abandoned Farewell Air Base, I spend roughly 70 days in 19C alone. First, I would like to commend the board on its actions in broadening the bear hunting opportunities in 19 at the previous meeting. Thank you. As to 19C Dall sheep, I'm disappointed with the way Proposal 204 was constructed, adopted, amended, and then passed at the 23 March meeting. I'm strongly opposed to the final outcome. All the change accomplished was to limit who gets to hunt and harvest Dall sheep rams in Unit 19C. and was not a measure designed to support the health of the resource. While I'm greatly concerned about the Dall sheep population in the area, I'm also concerned with the loss of the youth and non-resident sheep hunting opportunities, the financial loss to the state, the crippling effect on small businesses in Alaska, and disregard of the recommendations from the department and its biologists. I want to go a little different with this as to my own personal. I operate a small guiding business on a large tract of private land in 19C. And this is a very unique piece of property where most of 19C is state land. Even with the recent decline in sheep populations, I have observed several legal rams in the past couple years. Currently, however, with the youth and non-resident closure, that resource is being unutilized in my area. The loss of non-resident sheep hunting has crippled my business, taken sheep meat off the table, put several guides out of work, and by extension, has financially hurt many other small businesses, air taxis, hotels, restaurants, grocery stores, retail stores, and expediters, just to name a few. The state is also being adversely impacted by the loss of license sales and federal funding associated with non-resident hunting. My business alone may not seem like much, but when multiplied by the other 20 small outfitting businesses in Unit 19C, it adds up to a rough calculation of $1.2 million in business sales, a loss of 40 jobs, and a loss of $40,000 in hunting license and sheep tag sales. The latter does not include any matching federal funds from the Pittman-Robertson Act that would also go to the state. Dall sheep populations, as well as hunter participation, has shown to be cyclical ever since record keeping began. For reference, in 2018, when populations were high, I was taking several clients and leaving many legal rams on the mountain. I've always tried to be a good steward of the resource I've had the privilege to hunt. As such, the number of hunters I have or would take is influenced by the volume of legal rams I see every year. My firsthand observations show that 3 out of the last 7 winters have been hard on Dall sheep populations. Due to the inclement winter seasons, coupled with the rise in predator populations, the sheep haven't had it easy. And self-regulation became essential in 2019, 2020. I decreased the number of sheep hunters I took that year and then did again in 22. And then after the closure of non-resident hunting, I took 1 resident sheep hunter in 23. We passed on 2 squeaker rams, obviously. And then unfortunately, as hunting goes, the client missed a really nice ram. The full curl regulation has been proven to be the best management tool for 30 years now and is the most conservative approach according to AD&G. Department studies have shown that once a ram reaches 8 years old, its chances of survival greatly diminish within the wild, with very few rams reaching 12 years of age. Currently, full curl 8-plus-year-old rams make up 3% of the overall sheep population in 19C, according to the latest aerial surveys. According to the department studies, the harvest of this age class of rams seems to have no effect on the overall sheep population. The high take and sharp increase of sublegal harvest in 22 was alarming. Lack of education and entitlement.
You can go ahead and finish up your thought there.
I got a little bit, but I'll just summarize. I think there needs to be more education. I think there needs to be stiffer penalties for harvesting sublegal rams. I am thankful that this board created the Dall Sheep Working Group, and I urge you to push that group to come up with more, to brainstorm more, and just facilitate that more, cultivate that more. Because it's been proven in the past with other species that it has helped, like with the Koyukuk River Moose Hunters Working Group. We sheep hunters go into the mountains for the adventure, the love of the hunt, the curiosity of what might be over the next ridge. And yes, harvesting a ram is at the top, but that's not the only reason we climb. Good day. Thank you for your time and dedication to this board. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks for your testimony, Spencer. Any questions from board members? I got one for you, Spencer. Can you look at a sheep and tell how old it is through a scope?
No, not definitively. Like it can get kind of close. Look, what I have learned is that an older ram typically is darker horned, has more of a Roman nose compared to an 8-year-old ram. So you can tell some age on that. Especially if they're broomed, it's usually a sign of an older ram. But no, definitively you cannot accurately count the rams annuli from a long distance.
You got a lot of experience in a specific area. Can you look at that ram and kind of roughly tell what it, not roughly, pretty closely tell what it's going to score?
I think I've gotten pretty good at judging scoring rams on the hoof. To be actually absolutely precise within an inch or two, but no, probably usually within about 5 inches.
If we put you in the chew gash, could you do the same thing? Or is it pretty specific for specific sheep you're looking at?
I believe I could, and I cut my teeth in the Brooks Range for 5 years and did a lot of sheep hunting in the Brooks Range for 5 years, and then the past 15 years in the Western Alaska Range.
Thanks for your testimony, Spencer. Any other questions? Oh, Member Loring.
Yeah, just to clarify what the chairman was asking, by scoring, you're talking about determining the length of the horn or like a Boone and Crockett score?
Both. I mean, I found in the Western Alaska Range, there's kind of 3 sets of genetics. You have the ones that are really thin, tight curl. You have the ones that have a lot more mass and sweep way out, and then you have the ones that are just boxy and real tight. And having all sets of those horns in my hands and being able to help harvest those kinds, I feel pretty confident I could get close to what he would be lengthwise and or score.
Any other questions? If not, Spencer, thanks so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
So it isn't Michelle, it's...
Michael Oakfield.
Oh, Michael Oakfield, sorry, I didn't. And my apologies if I mispronounced your name.
It's Opime, so. Jake could have told you. I wasn't really planning to testify, so I just kind of jotted down some quick notes on proposals 85, 86, 87, and 121. 85, the guide services in our area, it would be, there's a lot of water taxis, small water taxis, air taxis, and it seems like this would be an overburdensome regulation for them to have to file as transporters. And so I don't see where it would be beneficial in any way for sea duck numbers. These people don't have any knowledge of what these hunters or people are coming in and out for. So I don't see where 85 would be beneficial. 86, the mandatory reporting, it does seem overly burdensome to hunters. It seems like ADF&G would have to create an app, maybe some new forms for people to fill out. There's already a volunteer form that it can be filled out for duck hunting. So there's already something there. So, you know, hiring new people to create an app or run this app to crunch data seems in these times not really good. And also enforcement. You'd think you'd have to have a lot more enforcement in the field to be checking people, make sure they're filling out these forms and having apps ready to go. 87, in our area, Soldovia, Kachemak Bay, not being able to use a boat to retrieve your bird, you're going to feed a lot of eagles. There's within seconds, you shoot a bird and the eagles are right there. They hear a gunshot and they're sitting in the trees waiting. I've lost, I don't know how many birds myself trying to get out there in time to beat the eagles. So, and then, you know, it would, if this was enacted, you'd also be stopping the water taxis or personal people that are trying to transit the area where this active shooting is going on, because then they would be considered pushing or hurting the birds. So it again, another enforcement issue where, you know, is how would you do that? How would you define it? And then 121, creating a game management unit 15D from 15C. It seems like, you know, it's just, you're starting to split hairs. It wouldn't match up anymore with the federal system. I don't know if you would have to start creating new rules and regulations for 15C, or if some of those would fall over to the new 15D. And then also, you know, it might only benefit certain people if 15D was created, so they could submit proposals that would only affect 15D and not the rest. So that's why I'm opposed to 85, 86, 87, and 121. Thank you.
Michael, thanks so much for that testimony. Do you have any questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you. Hey, Michael, so do you live in Homer or Soldovia? Where's your residence at?
I've lived in Soldovia.
Okay. And the proposer, she just lives down the street from you?
Yeah,
So to speak?
couple bays down.
Okay.
Yes.
So she's obviously seen some activity that kind of bothers her, as far as maybe that 2 or 3% of the folks that might be actually pushing birds with boats that shouldn't be. Have you seen any of that at all yourself, or is it just kind of perceived?
I can tell you, when I was growing up, how we hunted for birds, we would, you know, we weren't out there to sport. We were out there to get our food. We would run them down with a skiff. You know, somebody running the skiff would see the birds along the shore. You'd swing in, get your birds, and go home. And so, you know, that was how we did it. And, you know, now the new laws, you can't do that. But, you know, I haven't seen anything like this happen that she's discussing about. And I haven't seen any videos of such activity either, because everybody's got a phone. If there was this issue, it seems like there would be videos.
Well, thanks so much for your comments. Do appreciate it.
Hey, Michael, do you have any concerns about the overall population of sea ducks in your experience over the last, you know, several years?
No, and actually talking to Fish and Game folks in the area, they've seen the numbers holding to actually growing. My personal views in our little area, I've seen probably more sea ducks than I've seen in quite a while. I've seen old squaws coming back. I've seen tons of golden eyes this year. We have swans that are overwintering in Soldovia and Jackaloff Bays. We had probably 18 to 20 swans this winter. We have cranes coming through the area now. We have different birds that are coming through, so things are changing. But no, I kind of think that the population is doing pretty good in Kachemak Bay and Soldovia.
Thanks for that observation. Any other questions from board members? No other questions? Michael, thank you very much for your testimony. And at this time, I don't think we have anybody else signed up to do testimony today.
Looks to be correct. Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. Okay, we're going to go into executive session right now, so we're going to have a motion made, and after this motion's made, we'll leave, we'll go into executive session, and then we will come back here and get on the record, but we won't conduct any more business. It'll basically just be to get on the record to conclude the meeting for today.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I make a motion, I move to go to an executive session.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Do we have any discussion from board members? Oh, Member Woods.
To go in executive session, you must at least give the subject matter of the executive session, and you'd be restricted to that. And second of all, you got to justify it under one of the 4 criteria. So this motion as presented should be ruled out of order.
Mr. Chair, if I can give some of that to the board members. Mr. Chair, under AS 44.62.310, all meetings of the Alaska Board of Game are open to the public with few exceptions. If accepted subjects are to be discussed at a meeting, the meeting must first be convened as a public meeting. The board may go into executive session to discuss matters required to be confidential under law. At this time, the board needs to have such a discussion. I move therefore that the board go into executive session for the purpose of such a discussion on legal issues concerning litigation related to game.
Mr. Wood.
And just a point of clarification, this is why I asked the question whether the agenda was up for consideration very first, because I wanted to know what the subjects were. So your motion, if I have confirmed, is to deal with the litigation that came out last week where the Wildlife Alliance was involved? Is that the subject of your?
All litigation in front of the board at this meeting.
Wow. Okay. I've got a problem going to executive session, and I'll tell you why, and the vote will dictate whether we have a situation that warrants it or doesn't have a situation that warrants it. Unfortunately, from my perspective at least, the planets have aligned, and not particularly in a good fashion, in that we now have an emergency petition that we'll be considering sometime during this meeting. And moving that emergency petition is going to have to require some dealing with the lawsuit that has ended up in a judgment adverse to the Board of Game. And I understand fully, believe me, that you cannot take official action in an executive session. That's not the issue with me. The issue is that information is going to be conveyed to this board, which is basically nothing more than policy. And upon that information, we'll be making a determination on the emergency petition. And I don't agree with that. And I would rather not go into executive session. We can hold a discussion out here in the public. And I don't see where it has any other basis. I think you correctly cited the litigation aspect of it. But I don't think it has any other basis as far as harm to the state. Sure, in a financial basis, they're not seeking damages, et cetera. So it's strictly to receive some kind of discussion on the litigation. I don't know that it has to be. And as far as being required to go into a confidential situation, if indeed it's attorney-client privilege, this board has the ability and authority to waive that and to have that discussion on the record. And that's what I would prefer. I'll abide by whatever the board decides, obviously.
Awfully good point, Mr. Wood.
Second it.
All right, it's been seconded. Any further discussion about that? It'd probably be good to get on the record here what everybody's thinking about that. Those are great points. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to see what Cheryl or Kimberly has to say on some of those comments.
Thank you through the chair, members of the board. Mr. Wood is correct on what the executive session requires, and Member Hoffman's proposal properly described that it would be discussing with the attorneys litigation related to game. That's all totally proper. The motion is not limited to one case. Any discussion of an emergency petition would not be discussed in executive session. That is not in litigation. That is not, would not be discussed. I just wanted to make that clear. We're both here to answer any other questions that the board members might have. Thank you.
It's exciting having 3 lawyers here.
It's like a courtroom.
It is. This is crazy. This is neat.
Exciting if you haven't done it 37 times previously.
I'm from Talkeetna. This is great, man. Any other questions, comments from board members? Like to get what everybody's kind of thinking about this, where they think they're going. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm inclined to support an executive session.
Anybody else? Member Loring.
Yeah, after listening to the discussion and listening to our attorneys, I am inclined also vote on executive session to go into it.
I'm going to support it as well, with the clarification that we would not be discussing the what Cheryl mentioned. Any other further discussion on?
Call the question.
All right, the questions have been called whether to, for the board to go into executive session.
On the motion to hold an executive session for the purpose of concerning litigation related to game, Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Mr. Bachel?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
No.
And Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
That motion carries by a vote of 6 yeas to 1 nay. And then, Mr. Chairman, going into executive session, we just need to specify a few things. We expect it to be roughly 30 to 40 minutes, so we would come back on the record approximately 5:30. It's going to be in a room that's right next to this meeting room, so it won't be here in the meeting room. And then also, just to specify the staff members that will be involved with that executive session, we, of course, will have the commissioner, we'll also have Ryan Scott, Darren Bruning, Natalie Weber, Tim Peltier, George Pappas, Amy Witta, and of course, Cheryl Brooking and Kimberly Delfrade, and then myself. And please let me know if I've missed anybody. But.
All right, and just to clarify, whenever we come back in on the record here, we're not going to conduct any more business. It's just going to be to come back on the record and conclude the meeting for the evening. And just a reminder, for testifying, it's the cutoff's at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. So with that, we'll move to executive session.
And
Commissioner.
And since we're going into executive session, most of what we discuss in there is confidential, is my understanding. So just reminding board members.
8:30 a.m. start in the morning.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, with that, well, that being said, thank you guys very much, the public, for showing up here today, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Well, that was exciting.
It was. Never a dull moment.
No. We need to put that on the record. I'm glad Cheryl gave me a heads up that he could vote no. And but he used to go into executive session. It's not like any particular, like it has to be unanimous or anything, so. Oh, dang it.
You know, I'll remind all the listening public here that no action was taken because we were unable to take action nor vote on anything in executive session. But with that being said, we're going to break until tomorrow morning at 8:30, where we'll take up oral public testimony. Thank you.